Rasta, Rasta, yeah, yeah. Skoko now, the Skoko the Ra. Skoko, the Skoko the Rasta. You're rockin' now. We got the rock, yo. Till in the nights and the day, yeah. You're gonna rock your soul, yeah. We're positively moving out, oh, within that time. Doesn't matter what you say or do, you're gonna rock your soul, yeah. That's why I'm singing now, Skoko now, to the Skoko the Ra. Skoko, to the Skoko the Rasta, Rasta, yeah, yeah. Skoko now, to the Skoko the Ra. Skoko, to the Skoko the Rasta. Rockin' now. We gonna rock yo. What in the night and the day, yeah. You're gonna rock your soul, yeah. So positively moving out, oh, within that time. Doesn't matter what you say or do, you're gonna rock your soul, yeah. That's why I'm singing now, Skoko now, to the Skoko the Ra. Skoko, the Skoko the Rasta. Rasta, yeah, yeah. Skoko now, to the Skoko the Ra. Skoko, the Skoko the Rasta. Rasta, yeah, yeah. Skoko now, to the Skoko the Ra. Skoko, the Skoko the Rasta.
KUAMFM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
What if I'm more than just my paycheck? So cash that check for me. I'd rather be on my front porch, setting my spirit free. Even though my simplicity, I still got soul to feed. I still got soul to feed. You say you wanna come to the party. You got your friends. I got my friends. We can be friends. It's not pretend, no. I might regret this in the morning, but the morning is so far away. I might regret this in the morning, but the morning is so far away. You say that your body's aching, and now you're yearning for some loving. I say that was quite a party. The way you put it on me. No more Mr. Lonely. The sun is out, no one to interrupt. Let's have a conversation with the Mr. Ripper. See you smiling as you sip from the cup. Yeah, let's take a walk. They say the city's only beautiful from the top, but I would rather drop all that I got, 'cause the view from looking at you's enough to make my heart stop. Yeah. Another we're more than just two people. We're more than meets the eye. Needless to say, my soul is grateful, my soul is satisfied. And now that we're here on my front porch, with you right by my side, from sun up to sundown, watching the ocean kiss the sky. Watching the ocean kiss the sky. Watching the ocean kiss the sky.
Wow.
Link up with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Give them sounds of the island then. So you wanna know who I am? Alright. I'm just an island girl who wants to see the whole wide world, and everything I love at home I wanna share it and make it known. I've been to the east and I've been to the west. Can't decide which one I like best. Yeah, and there's still there north and south to discover. And with me now, I'm gonna take my high spirits throughout the globe. Yes, you're gonna hear that hot day, feel the warmth of the words from our hearts to yours. And did you know that as the world spins, this is where it begins? America's Day. America's Day. Oh, honey, hey. Guam may be small in size, but it has the biggest sights to see everyone individually. Yeah. Yes, every person is unique, and so is every place. Yeah. Whatever comes our way, we appreciate. Make no mistake that this is a way of life, summed up in words like half a day, feel the warmth of the words from our hearts to yours. And did you know that as the world spins, this is where it begins? America's Day. America's
Jesuita saluda antes de nega radzaudz an malak estrellas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata caigui pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentanu iti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru politanota kanzai matsuno nyagitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria abiba islas en Paraiona Parai gloria abiba islas en Toru i tempo i paz paraita zangini na bendition contra biligu na vansofuam Zeus proteis landon contra biligu na vansofuam Zeus proteis landon
hearing monkey music. Here we go now, feel the flow. Gini ni mastakilu, hina soku. Gini ni mastakalu, corazon. Then imas figu, nani nasinyaku, fresh in my sadu. Parabaputehi, then defendi. Hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Airi, hano. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Ire shaku, la 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 la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 It's the who, what been my ihilo, Zani Biblia, Ibandera who, Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yeah. Mastakilu, hina soku, kini ni mastakalu, corazon hu, then imas figu, nani nasinyaku, fresh in my sadu, parabaputehi, then defendi, hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Tanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Ni ire shaku, la la la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 It's the who, what been my ihilo. Zani Biblia, Ibandera who, Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yes, yes, yes.
Right on.
Mohan, yes, yes, yes.
Hey, morning, 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 morning.
Yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan.
Good, 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 good.
Ibandera Mohan, yeah.
Good. Good morning.
Wow, you hit the nitrous oxide on that one, bro.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Chris Barnett, sponsored by Nas.
Good morning, Joe, sir, with the beautiful sunrise cam out here in Harmon.
Do you mind? Can you go back outside one more time? I just have to see that sunrise again. That is gorgeous. Okay, back out. Look at that, you guys.
Kylan, wow. That's beautiful.
The sun is up. The car score is down.
Yep. Looking like a beautiful day. Pecor 3 on the way.
Yeah, happy Easter, bro. Wait, is it too early to say happy Easter
Nah, it's
now?
never too early.
No, because it's Lenten season, but it's still Easter.
Yep. Who went to Mass yesterday?
But you did, right?
Yeah,
You
I did.
You actually left here early.
I did. Thanks, Jay. Thanks for that. Appreciate that, bro. Snitch.
Yeah. No, Joseph did too.
I just got to say, when we had Father Paul on yesterday and he was like, I feel bad for the bald people, he wasn't lying. Because I went to Cathedral yesterday and they did this old man dirty. This old man who was like, he was bald here. And, bro, it was like a mountain of ashes, sir. It looked like the moon. It was like they just had 3 big globs of ashes on there. And he was sitting right in the front, so when you went up and you saw, I was like, whoa, that's a lot.
Okay, did you receive the ashes?
Yeah,
though,
of
right?
course.
How was the experience?
It was different. But because they sprinkled it on the top, but I couldn't feel it. I didn't want to touch it or anything. I didn't know. Like, do you touch it? Do you not touch it? So I had it on my head all day, pretty much. But I didn't even know how much they put until I saw this one old man who was balding, like I said, and he had, like, you could see it from, like, he was in the 3rd pew, and I was in the back, and I could see that from the back. And I was like, a day. A day.
Did
But
you
I
feel
mean,
good-
maybe
did
he
you feel
got
kind
the extra because he's, he goes a lot. They're probably like, hey, man, got extra. But apparently it's a tradition they do in Rome.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yep.
Straight from the Vatican to Hagåtña.
Why not? It was definitely different, whatever, but it is what it is. It's better than nothing at all, right, sir? Right? So how were they, where'd you go? Totu Church. How was it? Were they generous with the ashes, or they were very generous?
Joseph like lined up and he's like, hey sir, I'm the AV guy. Don't skimp on the ashes,
Yeah, I need extra.
Bring it on, man. Salvation.
Right on, yeah. So yeah, that was our Ash Wednesday. Fishy Wednesday too. After that interview with Father Paul, took chicken right off the menu. I know a lot of you guys are like, oh, it's not going to be that bad. First day of Lent, fried chicken. Oh no, it's meat. So of course had poke last night.
Yeah, there's probably like a lot of restaurants. Like next time you go there, they're like, hey Chris, man, why'd you have to give up our secret?
Thanks,
man?
bro. Thanks, Chris. Yeah. Thanks a lot, bro. Earth-shattering news yesterday with Father Paul. Hey, it's 624, Thursday, February 18th edition of The Link. Good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV and to our viewers on KUAM Facebook Live, or who we have checking in this morning, Jay.
Yeah, I've got our friend Bevtest Jay Sala saying Hafaday is always from today's road.
Chalampago, that's today's road.
Rose Mary Laguatnia, always the first one in. I mean, she works so hard to always be the first commenter, and she always is, and we really appreciate that. So
good morning, Rosemary Laguatnia.
She's got how many days now, sir? Do you think she's got she's the first comment? At least a month. Yeah. That's a streak.
Which is pretty cool because Chamorros never like to be first at anything. Especially when you open the Fiesta table. Everyone's like, no, you go, you're a guest.
Hey, no, you know what? That started on TikTok. That's a thing, like where you can be, if you're the first commenter with the kids, that's a lot of clout.
Right. Same thing with YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. It's a badge of honor and everything. Also, we've got Mama Bear saying hello from the cold hills of Kentucky.
What is it, like 14 degrees or something there?
I think she said, yeah, because man, that big. I mean, dude, it's basically a nationwide snowstorm. Yeah, people in Texas are saying that they're freezing. They've got no power. Texas.
Yep. I mean, no power, because I know as a Guam person, you might look at these headlines where it's no power, and you're like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
But it's a little different when there's no power, and it's like
and you need
freezing. It's winter.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, by the way, we've got a couple members of the Link fam who are from Texas. So, Annie Bonds, if you're watching right now, please let us know what the weather is. If you want to jump in on Zoom and give us like an update and everything like that, you're more than welcome to. Just let us know.
Hey, John Bucat. Good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason. Have a great day from beautiful Inalahan.
Good morning. Speaking of wonderful sunrises, Inalahan's got great sunrises.
Janelle Losseton Velez watching this morning. Thank you. Ken Paulino, good morning. Jenny Sorrells, good morning on you. Christina Hokog, all gone. Hafaday, good morning, everyone.
Oh, I got a birthday shout out from Emma Fernando Olalia. Good morning, KUM. Would you please wish a happy birthday to Ashley Manabusen Enjoy your day from mom and dad. And she gives a wonderful birthday cake emoji. So here you go. Ashley Manabusin. Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ashley. And everyone else's birthday is today, February 18. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless Ashley. And everyone else's birthday is today on February 18. Happy birthday to you. Yep. That's because we were talking about Eddie Van Halen before the show. So
Well,
now
that was a
Jason's going to be like,
Okay, speaking of TikTok, right? I want to do something real quick before we get
Okay.
into the news, right? There's a trend right now on TikTok. This is a thing, right? This is happening.
hey, good morning, my friend Eric Borja. Sorry, Jay.
Oh, hey, Eric.
Eric with a C, recovery artist. He's awesome, man. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning, George Freeze. Mr. Freeze in the house.
Yep, there you go, Mr. Freeze. Ruth Pablo Gagnon, Hafade Guam, stay safe. Hagamas.
right.
Okay, Jay, you were saying TikTok?
Yeah, okay,
What?
so I want everybody to like. You may have to take your phone and use your magnifying glass, but everybody watching right now, right? This is a thing on TikTok. Apparently, and this only works with your left thumb. You have to take your left thumb, right, and zoom in on it, and the indentations on your knuckle make a letter, and that is the person that you're going. That is your true sweetheart. A couple days late for Valentine's Day, but if you do this, and for whatever reason, I tried this, and there's a F. I don't know anybody with the name F.
Do you know any Franks?
I know
Fred.
a bunch of Franks. I know
Any
Fernando.
Freds? Okay. What's a nice female name with an
Well,
F?
with F. Glenn Lujan.
F. Glenn Lujan, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Right on.
Felicity.
Felicity. Felicia.
Francis. No, actually, no. I know a couple Francises.
Right. Francis sounds like a mean lady name.
Francine.
Francine, right? Francesca. Oh.
Franny.
Mhm.
Well,
Philomena.
Philomena. Yeah. So hey, if you guys try, put it in the comments. So yeah. So again, like just basically do like this with your thumb.
You got to get you a nice girl named Philomena. Yeah.
Actually, my accounting professor at and she watches, and I believe Dr. Philomena Cantoria is in Ohio right
See?
now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So guys, if you got
Oh.
time, what do you need, Jay? The magnifying glass app or what? To do that?
I mean, if you can, my eyesight is so bad at these
Yeah.
days. I needed the magnifying glass, but yeah, just take your knuckle on your left thumb only. I don't know why it's the left thumb, but just do that. Zoom into it, and then. So what do you got, Joser? Mine's an F, but. Looks like an F. Well, Joser's got an F too.
Yeah, it's probably if you Google it, it's probably like your thumb is always going to make an F letter.
I would tell Chris too, but if you get the letter wrong.
Yeah, I don't want to get yes.
Yeah, that phone's gonna ring.
It's 6:30, guys.
Yeah. Oh, also special shout out to my friend of many years in the telecom business, to Connie Cruz. Really took care of me yesterday. I had some phone issues, so Connie and her team, number one.
Jenny McDonald
Thanks for watching, Connie.
writes, hot day from Arkansas. It's snowing steadily. Temperature is 20 degrees. Yeah, my mom's in Kansas, and she was telling me yesterday, she's like, okay, I got to go take care of my uncle. She's a caregiver. And she's like, I have to drive through 10-degree weather in the snow. So, yeah.
Good to see that we've got Guamanians in Arkansas.
Yeah, there's one.
Big.
There's
Go
one.
Razorbacks.
There's one, guys. You can start going to Arkansas now. In case, we sent one there to check if it's cool.
No, actually, a former KUM reporter and a producer, Zeta.
What's in Arkansas, though?
No, Zeta's in Arkansas.
Is that it's south, right? Definitely.
Southwest.
Is it like redneck south or what?
You're just setting me because you're asking a bit of a.
I don't know. I'm just asking. It's like down by Georgia, right, or something. It's like over here. Arkansas.
No, Southwest. No, Arkansas.
Oh, so it's by Texas.
Texas, Oklahoma.
Yeah, okay.
Well, geography was not your best subject.
I just have no. Why would I need to know that? I'm living here on Guam. I don't care where the hell Arkansas is. It's in American states. I got it. 6:31. I only care though because you're there. Good morning on you, Arkansas.
Nice.
Anyways, yeah, 6:31.
John Bucat says everyone's looking at their thumbs now. LOL. Yes, please, and put in the comments. Let us know. Like,
Eric Bora says mine's an S.
Oh, nice.
Or is it an F, Eric? Because it kind of looks like it's going to be, but you could turn it sideways.
Okay, and Eric is such a good musician, and he plays like he plays like
Right.
right-handed, so that would be his fretting hand. So that's a lot. That's a lot of years of like gripping the
Right.
the neck, and so
Yep.
yeah, S. Oh, you know what? His wife's name begin with an S.
That's right. His
Yeah.
wife is like, there better be an S. I guarantee they're looking at it and she was like, no, turn it that way because it looks like an M. No, turn it this way. Oh, it could be M for Matanani. Okay, turn it that way. It's an S. Right.
sure.
There you go.
Or is he like sharpening a knife in the back? He's like, I got a way we can make it an S. That better be an S.
Yeah, so we sorry guys if we caused any domestic drama with you guys this morning because the letter on your thumb doesn't match the letter of your significant other. We're sorry. It was all Jason's idea.
Sorry.
Spends too much time on TikTok.
Okay, hey, Jenny McDonald goes, Zeta Titano is my sister. Yes, and she does
Oh,
live there in
nice. Oh, there you
Arkansas.
go. Okay.
Thanks, Jenny.
Yeah, see, Stephen Blake's right. Midwest. He's like, I don't know what Midwest.
Oh, here's Annie Bonds. Hi, Annie. Yeah, we were just saying, like, man. Annie,
There's a
what-
bad snowstorm in Texas.
Yeah, is in Killeen, Texas, the big base. So that's
Right.
Fort Hood.
So it's snowing in Texas.
Yeah. Well, Stevie Ray Vaughan said it's flooding down in Texas.
Right. But now it's snowing in Kansas, Kentucky.
Yeah.
It's like a huge cold wave there in
Yeah,
the
we
States.
really, really wish we could send you some of the real sunshine here on this amazing Thursday and everything like that. But please, Link fam, if you guys are out in the States, stay warm, stay inside, stay safe, man, because we're
Right
thinking
on.
about you guys.
It's Thursday, February 18th. This is the link brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier at 647-COOL. Here's who's coming up on the show this morning. The bars are going to reopen, guys. I'm just going to tell you now. Heads up. We believe they're slated to reopen on Monday. And so we're going to get Mary Rhodes from the Guamaton Restaurant Association, who was tasked. Basically, the governor was like, hey, come up with some protocols. But the thing is, they already had come up with protocols. It was real confusing because they had protocols since May of last year. Then the governor came out the other day and was like, what? I didn't ever see no protocols. And so I guess someone had to show her, like, no, it's right here on the website. And they updated them. But long story short, the bars are going to reopen. And so we'll get Mary on to talk about that. And then we're also getting Dr. Hoa, the PAG chair, Teresa Philippin of the FSM Consul. They're doing a big vaccination outreach that we'll talk about
Yeah,
this
the
morning.
Heartbeat campaign.
Right.
Really, really cool. Good work.
Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic Schools superintendent. And then we're getting a couple of your senators. Put out the invite to Vice Speaker Tina Munia Barnes. We'll see. Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Tello coming on about there's this resolution they tried to introduce at the legislature. And I know that some of the Democrats are feeling like it's unfairly targeting the executive director, Carlo Branch, there. So we'll talk about that. And then we're getting from the Guam Guard. Mark Scott, he's the spokesperson this morning. Because there were some, we heard there were some developments with, remember when people were writing all those letters about the Guard? There's like all these anonymous letters coming out. You guys don't know because I was like getting all of them. There's people were just like,
Well,
"Ooh."
no, there were a lot of.
I felt like I was the Guard like troubleshooting center.
You have rank now?
No, that's how I felt. I'm like, damn, I was getting all these letters. They were coming at me like, another letter. Whoa.
Honorary Corporal Chris Barnett.
Right. So I'm an ombudsman.
Wait, but are these the ones that were in support of the Guard and thanking him for the
There
work,
was
or
so it was
or they were
back
being
and
critical
forth.
of him?
First, there was ones who were like, "Oh, I hate General Agagi," all this stuff, and then there was other ones, right? They were like, "No, General Agagi's the best. Her people rock." There was just kind of back and forth, right? No, but there was allegations being made that they were abused. Some people were abusing the system to unfairly target those who were critical of the new leadership at the Guard because it's been rocky since Governor Liu took office, and there was just that whole thing. Remember where it's like they selected Roderick,
Guerrero.
Major General Jay. You got to help me because I always screw up all the ranks.
Leon Guerrero.
Yeah, Major General Roderick Leon Guerrero. He was selected by Governor Liu to lead the Guard, and then he was touted as an agent of change, and then it was like, phew, all of a sudden, he resigned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
he stepped down, and I mean he didn't resign his
and then they put in the current tag, General Agagi, and from there it was just like, oh, she's not qualified, oh, she's not this rank, oh, and it was just nonstop. And it was difficult for me because I don't know anything about military rules, regulations, all that stuff, and a lot of these complaints were really like specific about what rank the tag really is, like federally recognized, and there was a lot of this stuff about with the rank that she held, she wasn't like eligible to become the tag, and then it became like the governor basically saying I have the authority to appoint whoever. So it's been rocky since then.
Was General Agagi? Did she have the rank of general when she assumed command at the Guard?
I believe she was a lieutenant,
was she still a colonel.
A lieutenant colonel.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so that's what they're saying was you had to be like I want to say you had to be like a full bred colonel, full bird, or what is it they
Full
call it?
bird, yeah.
Yeah.
Because lieutenant colonel is one rank below.
Yeah.
Yeah, you watched the movie First Blood a couple times, remember?
So
a full bird colonel.
yeah, yeah. So from then it was just like one thing after another, and there was these letters coming out about the Guard leadership, but then there would be letters coming out attacking the people who were attacking the Guard leader. Yeah, it was just like, man, you guys write a lot of letters over there at the Guard. It's almost like it's the post office. And so anyway, long story short, we didn't really hear anything for the whole pandemic because, they were busy out here on the front lines responding. But anyway, I heard there were some developments, so we'll ask Mark. I gave him a heads up. We'll see what he has to say this morning. It's 6:38, though. That's what's coming up on the link. We also got Cover Me.
We do.
Burger King, BK Big Fish.
Which we didn't do yesterday because
I'm so ready.
Yeah, because you we were the four of us when Bree came in, we were ready to do the fish sandwiches, and then you went to mass and everything like that. So today, we are gonna do BK Big Fish sandwiches.
John Bucat writes in here. Oh, Gene Camacho, Hafaday, Buenas from Piga. John Bucat writes, question, how would bars implement the social distancing issue? I can't imagine with all the loud music, everyone having a good time 6 feet apart. Or will it be 6 people per table or 12 people at a time inside? Just thoughts. Yeah, John, basically the bar regulations, it's like 20 feet long. I was scrolling through it last night, and there's just a lot of different protocols, like they got to sanitize every... And so we'll get Mary on to talk about it.
Yeah, who better, John, to hear this from than the architect of the actual policy,
Right,
than Mary
yeah.
Rhodes. Yeah.
But one thing I did notice is Guam has become footloose country. It's true. Do you guys remember the movie Footloose?
Sure, of course.
What was Footloose?
That was a town where they basically banned dancing.
A town where they banned dancing. Well, guess what? Bars are opening, but dance floors are not. Dancing is illegal. And they say we're returning to normal. Ha!
Cue Kenny Loggins.
Yeah, right. So dancing is illegal, guys. That's it. That's all I saw in the bar regulations. I was like, and there was like, under no circumstances shall a dance floor open ever. I mean, if you start like even tapping your foot, I wonder, I got to ask Mary, is like tapping your foot okay? Or you used to get into the music because they're allowing for live music, but basically the people performing live music have to be in like a plexiglass cage. Now I'm saying the bar, the rules and regs, it's pretty crazy. But I mean, I guess it's safe if it's that. It's like a whole Bible of rules and regs.
Which is funny because some musicians, like throughout their history, they tried to like play like that. Like remember Tommy Lee and Motley Crue?
Right.
He always had like a real funky,
right,
like drum rig where he'd spin upside down.
He would spin upside down.
Yeah, and I mean he even had. I mean it was a big plexiglass 6-sided box.
Right. Yep.
That's crazy.
So that's what's coming up here. It's 6:41. Good morning, Thursday, February 18th, 2021. Let's do the news now. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Joan is on leave, so Bree is coming in at 8. She'll be in at 8. She's dropping her boy to school, so we'll see her at 8. That means Jason Salas gets to do the news. So with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason Salas.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Guam. Hafaday, everybody, and Hafaday Link fam. There is free COVID testing in Central Guam today, as your friends at Public Health will be hosting free coronavirus testing at the Jotnya Gym. No symptoms are required, and you will know the results in about 15 minutes. The free testing begins at 9 a.m. in about 3 hours from now and goes until high noon. Now, please keep in mind, this is testing only, and no vaccinations will be administered. However, if you are in need of the vaccine and you are in one of the demographics that will set to receive it today, head to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse in Mingilao today through Saturday from 1 in the afternoon until 7 at night. If you are in the designated segment of the population that is set to receive it, if you're wondering which one it is, check out our Facebook page and our Instagram feed. We're at KUAM News on either one. We've got the full list of how old you have to be, what professions, and so forth. There's also village-based vaccinations tomorrow down in Agate at the Southern Villages Gym from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Once again, check our social media feeds. We've got all the QR codes. All you have to do, take your phone, scan it, and you can book an appointment for you and your family to join the vaccination. Also, on Mondays, Public Health's Rapid Engagement Team conducting testing down in Maritzo at Hemlani Apartments. 25 people were tested. Chris, all 25 returned negative. That's good news. As for yesterday's COVID case count, a pair of new cases were identified out of 496 tests performed Tuesday. Both of those instances reported recent travel history, and they were identified in quarantine. In education headlines, GDOE begins night school for high schoolers this month as the Escuela en Puengi program is a course by conference credit recovery initiative for freshmen through seniors lacking a half credit or more, letting them remain on track so that they may graduate on time. Synchronous instruction via face-to-face classes or online will occur for about an hour or more for 2 days per week, or as designated by the school hosting site. Asynchronous instruction or assistance will be scheduled throughout the week and accommodated by teachers. We've got all the information you need to know about all 7 public high schools participating in this. Check out KUAM.com for more and to see the contact information if you have more questions. In very sad news, a family of 7 lost everything yesterday after their home was consumed by flames, as just before 5 p.m. on Wednesday, the fire department responded to a house fire along Talantumates in Estumbo Derido. Those living in the home were 2 adults and 5 children. The family was able to escape the wood and tin home and did not have any injuries. However, the entire structure, including a pair of cars, was fully engulfed when firefighters arrived on the scene. Well, and as you make your way around the island on this Thursday, here is all the local news that you need to know. From the KUAM News team, here is Tyler Matanani.
Buenos and half a day, I'm Tyler Matanani. In one of the final steps toward the reopening of bars, Public Health and the Hotel and Restaurant Association completed a review of the updated guidelines. GHRA President Mary Rhodes said they pored over it line by line today just to make sure they addressed all the possible concerns and scenarios. Here's Nestor Lecanto.
Now that we're expected to go into PCOR 3, a lot has been learned, and we can certainly put in more best practices and new things that are in effect with all of the guidance memos that have taken place. There are so many that we've seen over the last couple of months, and so it just makes sense to update the existing guidelines since the last revision date was May 2020. I think the most important thing is that the recommendations really mirror what CDC has for restaurants, bars, and taverns.
She confirms that the governor is expected to make an announcement on Friday, and the effective date for the bar's reopening would then be on Monday.
But of course, it's really up to the governor. Everything that we reviewed today will go to legal for review, because even though GHRA made these recommendations, and worked with Public Health on the draft form, it still has to pass muster with the legal department.
Rhodes says she shared the updated guidelines with many bar owners and has been working with the fire department on walkthroughs at bars to review their occupancies in preparation for reopening. Interested bar owners can reach her by email at president@ghra.org. For Guam's News Network, I'm Mr. Lecanto.
An update on stimulus checks. The Department of Revenue and Taxation has been taking the axe to the grindstone when it comes to sending out EIP2 payments. As DRT Director Daphne Shimizu says, a majority of the payments have been processed. GRT has until March 19th, 2021 to process all EIP2 payments. As a reminder, you can go to myguamtax.com and input your information in the EIP2 lookup portal to find out the status of your stimulus check. In Superior Court, Katner Henry was appointed a new defense counsel, attorney Douglas Moylan. Henry is accused of raping and killing Luciana Pauly. She was found dead in Totu by neighborhood children in January of last year. According to our files, prior defense counsel Terrence Timblin filed a motion to waive Harry's speedy trial rights and told the court he was accepting a plea offer. However, this may no longer be the case because attorney Timlin withdrew from the case. Newly appointed attorney Moylan is currently reviewing the defendant's files and told the court he needs to meet with Harry because there may be a conflict of representation. Judge Nita Sokola set a continued status hearing for March 3rd. Nothing tranquil about what happened at a massage establishment in Harmon. 19-year-old Peter Nick Sauce Robert was arrested for robbing Tranquil Therapeutic Massage. The incident occurred on January 7th. Robert is accused of walking into the massage parlor with a firearm and assaulting an employee. He then fled with the victim's personal belongings. Detectives from the Criminal Investigation Division followed up on the case. They executed a search warrant at a home in Harmon on Wednesday. That's where they picked up Robert. He was busted on a slew of charges to include robbery, aggravated assault, felonious restraint, and reckless conduct.
All right, everybody. Mary Rhodes, our dear friend from the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, is standing by. But lastly, in national news, the main issue remaining front and center during the start of President Joe Biden's term in office is, of course, the coronavirus pandemic. Skylar Henry has more.
President Biden gave a new timeline for vaccinating Americans during a town hall event on CNN.
When we came into office, there was only 50 million doses that are available. We have now, by the end of July, we'll have over 600 million doses, enough to vaccinate every single American.
And he clarified his goal of reopening schools during his first 100 days, saying the new goal is to get kids from kindergarten through 8th grade back in the classroom.
Many of them 5 days a week. The goal will be 5 days a week. Now, it's going to be harder to open up the high schools.
The president said teachers should be given a higher priority for the vaccine. But Dr. Anthony Fauci tells CBS This Morning that's not a prerequisite for reopening schools.
You want to put a good effort to get as many as you can, as quickly as you can, but you don't want to essentially have nobody in school until all the teachers get vaccinated.
A big part of the president's plans include financial relief for struggling Americans. Tuesday, he pushed back against Republican concerns the cost of his $1.9 trillion relief package is too high.
Overwhelming consensus is, in order to grow the economy a year, 2, 3, and 4 down the line, we can't spend too much.
But the president says he's open to negotiating, including a $15 an hour minimum wage. Republican Senators Tom Cotton and Mitt Romney are working on their own bill that would raise the minimum wage gradually. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
All right, everybody, that is what's making news. Make sure to go to KUAM.com for the very latest. Mary Rhodes is standing by where she's going to tell you everything that's going on with the plans and the strategy that she has crafted to handle and manage the eventual reopening of bars, the possible reopening of bars. Stay tuned because she has all the answers that you need to know when the link continues right here on KUAM.
This is the new way to dine in. Choose a restaurant, make your order, get your food delivered fast, safe, and reliably. Make the dash to Uno Go. Uno-go.com.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Well, when you think about bars, you think about DUB. Huh? Huh? Yeah, Jay?
No, those are good. I honestly, I am really, really interested in this next interview and seeing like what the rules are for gigging, for interacting,
Right.
for consuming. I mean, this is a multi-dimensional plan that Mary's put together.
It's multi-dimensional.
But if they were gonna enlist anybody that could put this together and not just, I mean, it's one thing to actually put a strategy together. It's another thing to actually go out and execute it. They picked the right person for the
Right.
job.
But it just got me wondering, like, what the hell's the government of Guam doing that we're going to reach outside the government of Guam and go tell Mary Rhodes to do? Like, what are these employees doing? I'm pretty sure they're doing something. Mary's like, I don't want to come on like that, Chris. We'll bring on Mary Rhodes, the GHRA president, who was, layman's terms, she was tentagled by the governor to go and sort out this whole thing with the bars being closed and get their protocols and the regulations all in order so that they could reopen. And it looks like she was able to do that, as we're now hearing that bars will be reopening. Mary, are you allowed to say?
I think that the governor will make the announcement on Friday, but I had a really good meeting with public health yesterday, and it looks really positive.
All right, so she can't say because the gov is going to announce it, but I'll just go ahead and say that pretty much probably for you guys, it's a done deal. But Mary, what was like the hardest part about, because it just reached this point where it was almost mind-boggling, trying to figure out the logic behind what's open, what's not, what you can do, what you can't do, PCOR 1 versus, PCOR 2. So it was really confusing to a lot of people. And the bars was just the real lightning rod issue that a lot of people kept bringing up. I mean, they had a whole hearing about that bill that Senator Chris Duenas has to allow the legislature to end or extend public health emergencies. And the testimony was basically, why aren't the bars open, right? So it just turned into this real, well, it was just really hot, frankly. And they called you in, right? We had Crystal Paco on here I want to say it was like 2-3 weeks ago, and she was like, oh yeah, about the bars, the governor's Mary Rhodes is going to do it. So from there to where we're at now, just tell us some of the stuff that you had to work on.
Sure. Well, first and foremost, the bars did submit their plans, some of them, ever since May 2020, and they've been published on the public health website since that time frame. So a lot of them were operating during the first reopening, and then everybody was shut down for a while, and they were never allowed to reopen. And so the second thing is, what we submitted last week, and then we went over this week with several people, is that we want bars and taverns to be similar to the restaurants, because there really isn't a whole lot of difference in the fact that entry, service, ordering is very, very similar. And so even the CDC recognizes bars, taverns, and restaurants in the same way. And so the guidelines that we went over and finalized yesterday, which is now going to legal review and then eventually adopted into public health to be put on letterhead and then accepted by the governor, is that it is going to reflect changes for bars, taverns, and restaurants, because we do need to update and modify the existing guidelines. What has been published since May 2020 is, I think, outdated and is not clear enough. It needs to be more comprehensive and also give examples for businesses who haven't been open and haven't experienced, services in this new environment. So the plan, the guidelines that I've shared with you guys, it has a lot of different examples. It's organized by topic, by masks, ventilation, employee wellness, and notifications to the public and to employees. Social distancing, health and safety, sanitation, and sanitizing and disinfection. So it's into different categories, and it also clearly identifies what is required as far as what their inspection checklist includes, as well as recommendations. And it gives flexibility for businesses so they don't have to immediately go to online menus, for example. If people continue to have laminated menus, you have to clean it after each use. If you're going to go to paper menus, it's a single-use disposed version. And then if you're going to use boards or anything that's seamless like QR codes, those are all acceptable. But there are graduated levels to it, so you don't have to go immediately to one source, because we understand everybody is going to have different kinds of operational applications to this.
Can you just speak English now and tell us what's going to be like? No. When Joe Sir goes to the bar Tuesday, right? Let's say he goes with Jason and they go in. What happens from point A to them getting their drinks, and what do they have to do? What are the protocols for both the customers and the bartenders and bar staff?
Well, just like restaurants, you actually have to just do either a temperature check, you have to sign in, put how many guests you're going to have, you have to put in your name, address, and you have to comply with that. You also have to enter with a face mask. You can only take off the face mask when you're actively eating or drinking. They are going to ask that you remain seated, or if it's a bar stool at a table. Bars will be allowed to keep bar stools at a bar if you're able to maintain 6 feet between the bartender, server, and the bar stool. So some bars are adequate enough. They recognize that. Some bars are too small, so you're going to have people in their areas where they're 6 feet apart. They also recognize that some bars you can't move furniture around, like booths. So they're going to ask that you put a partition between, just like restaurants. And then if you can't move furniture around or things that are permanently installed, then you just have to close off areas to allow for the 6 feet. So it's no different than a restaurant. And then when it comes to ordering, your server has to take your order. If you have an app, then you can use that. But it should be fairly easy because even if you identify like an area where you can order, similar like takeout orders or places where you can order, you can actually line up safely and order there, but the bar has to have a secured area, like a one-way area where people can line up to take their orders, or the servers and bartenders can take your orders. It's just they don't want you moving around too much. If you're going to have live music, you can have live music, but they want like a partition between the band and the public, and dance floors won't be able to, they are prohibited. Also games, if it's pool tables, games, or anything like that, they're allowing that, and you have to clean and the staff will have to clean and disinfect after every use, and all equipment has to be in the back of the bar until it's reserved and reopened. So it's very similar.
That covers like pool tables, Mary?
Yes.
And shuffleboard.
Yeah, so they just have to disinfect the cue sticks and the balls and the table itself, and then hold the cue sticks in the back and the chalk, and only give those out to people who reserve that space or pay for it if they have to pay for it. So a lot of that is very much considered because a lot of things are open, right? Game rooms, bingo halls, restaurants that also have games in their restaurants. So they've all been considered. And like I said, our guidelines were draft guidelines that we finalized yesterday, but it is still up for legal review. So we don't know what legal might identify, but it's very similar to the CDC guidelines. So we're expecting that it will also be adopted by legal.
Can you play beer pong?
Yeah, so after each use, staff will have to disinfect that, dispose of the cups, and then give a new set out to the customer.
Right.
And it'll be single use.
So let me ask you this. Let's say Joe Sir and Jason go to the bar. They're there. They see, Chelu A, Chelu B, whoever. And they're like, dude, let's take a shot. Come on over. Let's take a shot. Right? This happens in a bar all the time. Is that legal, or are they going to get arrested?
No, what it is the staff and the manager will have to manage that. And so they'll probably have to take the shots to each table for those customers rather than everybody gathering in a single location. So everybody will be asked, similar to a restaurant, where they remain in their area and just really adhere to the social distancing guidelines and the physical distancing with the space modifications they have there. And all orders will be taken to you.
How do you kind of address it? Because we've heard just for the duration of the whole pandemic that what makes bars so dangerous is that people are drinking, their guard is down, they become intoxicated, and then it's, they're forgetting the protocols or whatever. So that's always been what they've said about the bars and why they've been closed and why they haven't been allowed to reopen. So how do these new protocols address that issue?
Well, we have things in place already that protect the employees and the work and the guests, right? And it's the Responsible Alcohol Server Seller Act. So the onus is really on the manager as well as the servers and bartenders, but also the customer. And I think that it's unfortunate it's taken this long. I think that they should have been open up some time ago, but at the same time, I think consumers are ready to go into bars. I think that they've been used to the protocols that have been in place in restaurants. And so I think that we've needed to change public behavior and accepted the guidelines, knowing that their behavior has to change if they're going to be going to a bar. And they have to adhere to that. Otherwise, the bars will get in trouble if they're inspected. Recently, public health, they went out and they went to some of the restaurants that have been acting like bars, and they have cited them. And so we need to make sure that anyone who is going to reopen adheres to the protocols. And I've had a lot of bars contact me in the last 2 weeks, and we actually had meetings with bars 2 weeks ago. And they're very excited about reopening, and they're willing to do what they need to do. They have to hire staff and educate them and train them and make sure that everybody follows the protocols. And they have to be a lot more assertive with the guests. And it is in there that the owner and or servers have the right to refuse service if people are not going to follow the guidelines.
Can we just go back, because I heard you say that public health was issuing citations to restaurants who are acting like bars. What other information can you give us on that?
Public health is only responsible for the Guam Food Code and the health and safety, health sanitation side, and then also ensuring that they follow the executive order and any guidance memo. The challenge that they have is they can't determine if you're a restaurant or bar or a tavern that's allowable to have poo-poos and stuff like that. That's really a revenue tax thing. And I know that public health has been getting cooperation from the police department. And so I think we probably need to get ABC in on this, because there's a distinction in what makes a restaurant, and you have to have a percentage of food sales, right? And so that's really more of a revenue tax thing with your business license. Public health is really only looking for certain things. So they have limited authority on what they can cite you for, and that's really just the Guam Food Code and sanitation. And so I think that we probably need to have a follow-up conversation with Revenue Tax on how people are licensed. But I think that that's going to fix itself now that bars and taverns will be allowed to reopen, because then they'll probably go to the model that they're licensed for.
So you can't give us any specifics?
No, I actually don't know who was licensed or cited recently, but I have to clarify one thing that they did put in are things like fundraisers, events. Food has never been allowed to be served, just so you know, if businesses do it because of fundraisers or events. What we did put in is language from the Guam Food Code that if you are going to have a fundraiser or event and a bar is not licensed to serve food because they don't have hand washing stations and things like that to be licensed that way or permitted that way. So it is in the guideline that you will need to work with an authorized vendor who has a catering permit. And so we won't be allowing, the government won't be allowing anyone to bring in food, anything from outside without an authorized vendor or licensed vendor as a caterer. So if you're going to have an event or fundraiser, you need to have a caterer bring in the food. And also there's no self-service. So you probably need to either have the caterer serve it and or have takeaway boxes if you choose to have food. A lot of events, you could probably just have, discounts on the drinks or coupons for your drinks, and that'll be your fundraiser. But if you're going to have food, it's probably going to have to be prepackaged.
Okay, let me put on my devil horns here and ask about. We had a comment on the younger generations. We kind of talked about this before we went on. But so opening the bars, who goes to the bars? Usually it's the younger demographic, which some might say haven't been the most responsible during the pandemic. I remember last year there was a big stretch where they were really trying to target messaging for those who were in that younger demo. That being said, they haven't been able to get the vaccine yet. So are you worried at all that we could create an issue where you have a demographic that's kind of proven they have a hard time following these protocols, and also they haven't been vaccinated? Is that a concern on your end, and what are we doing to kind of mitigate that?
I think with or without the vaccine, the health and safety protocols are strong enough where if we continue the messaging of wash your hands, wear a mask, don't touch your mask, right? Constantly, always wash your hands after touching your mask. There are a lot of things in the guidelines that give explanations and different examples of when a server needs to wash their hands as well as guests. And so the servers are going to have to do a better job. And so we plan to do training for this to get your businesses up and running. And if you need assistance on how to be more assertive in this or how to better manage your guests, we can provide that for you. So I think that consumers in general have to just cooperate better and know that vaccination is only one part of the solution. We all need to be more responsible. If you choose to go out and gather, or if you choose to go out to a bar, restaurant, or any other venue, whether it's retail, whatever, you need to practice social distancing, wear a mask, and wash your hands regularly. Or use hand sanitizer if water is not available with 60% alcohol. So that's all in the guidelines. And we also put in that you have to have posters everywhere. You have to have notifications. And then we're actually going to be reaching out to the media to run the CDC commercial. They do have a specific campaign for restaurants and bars, and it's a really nice PSA campaign. So, but we're going to be running it together with public health. Now that we're looking at PCOR 3 and encouraging customers to support the industry in the restaurants and bars, we want to run this campaign because it's a message that everybody should be aware of, and it just reinforces all of the protocols with or without vaccination.
Then the second point was we had public health on, I want to say last week, and they were talking about how they kind of struggle with doing a lot of the inspections. So that being said, we put in these protocols for businesses that were, you know, I guess for lack of a better term, kind of demonized, right? How do we ensure that the government is going to do their part to go out to these bars and inspect and make sure that all the protocols are being followed when we routinely hear that, oh, public health is short-staffed, or you know what I mean, they haven't done any inspections. So how do we address that?
Yeah, they are short-staffed, but from what I understand, they're going to be assigned additional people. They have now the cooperation of Guam Police Department to go out and do regular checks as well. So they've expanded through other ways, not just with staffing. But I also know that with the protocols, you know, people can call in and complain if people aren't following it. But according to Malu and to Rosanna yesterday, you know, the calls and complaints, once we moved up another PCOR to PCOR 2, and when we increased from 25 to 50%, the complaints actually dropped by 60%, according to Malu. So it's interesting because I think the more you allow people to go out and to frequent these places, the better people will be at knowing what to do. And it's same with the businesses. And so they're finding fewer complaints, or getting fewer complaints and finding fewer violations out there because people are in practice mode now. They're actually doing it every day. And so at least that's what Malu, you know, and Rosanna told me from the DEH division, is there aren't as many violations, although there are a few. It's gone down in total complaints and total citations.
I wondered, Mary, because I feel like people aren't complaining anymore because it's just like wide open. We're wide open. And so,
yeah, but we don't
for example, like me personally, right? I did a southern stroll over the weekend, and I was driving through Malolo, and someone was having a huge party. It was freaking huge. It was like over 100 people easy. I mean, it was like, oh my God. And you know, of course, now in this pandemic, it's stuck out. I actually got a stomach ache driving by. I was like, oh my God, guys, what are we doing? But I didn't call and complain. And I feel like that's because, you know, you can gather up to 25 or whatever it is now. People just feel like Oh, this is what it is. It is what it is, right? Yeah.
I think it's scary, and I think that's what has been the cause for concern to move things around. I think what would be interesting to measure is total infections in a couple of weeks after PCOR 3, and I'm sure that the government will be doing that. But we all have to, we're clamoring if we're not open, we're complaining if we're not open, and then now that we're going to be open and going to PCOR 3, we have to make sure we hold others accountable too, and we have to make sure that we all do our part, because what is the only result? And the governor doesn't want to move backwards. None of us want to move backwards. And so as much as we want these places to open, we need everybody's cooperation to follow our guidelines, because imagine the individuals who are in the front line having to manage those people. Don't make their jobs difficult. Appreciate them, tip them, and be a good steward, and know that it's everybody's responsibility to make sure we remain safe. And family gatherings just shouldn't be happening. There are gathering limits because of that. And even if you have gathering limits of 25 right now, or funerals at 50, you should be maintaining social distancing regardless. And you shouldn't be having things take place where people are gathering under one small 20
It's just so confusing, Mary. I mean, look, we talk about this gathering limit, and then at the legislature, they had a thing for the judge, and it was like there's more than 25 people there, like way more than 25 people. So it's just confusing to me when we have these rules set in place, but if you're Gov Guam, you don't have to follow them, or, I'm not saying it's only Gov Guam, because people are obviously having huge gatherings, but I want to kind of switch gears because we beat this bar thing to death already. The protocols, Jay, are they up in the, where are we putting them?
Yeah, so we got it up, and then we also put a link in the comments. So if you guys would like to review the plan that Mary's been going over in exhaustive detail and everything like that, really interesting stuff, and good reading, very educational.
I just want to end the bars talk, Mary, on I was saying this morning that we're now living in Footloose Island. You remember Footloose?
Yes.
Remember Footloose? It was a town where there was no dancing.
No music, no dancing.
Right. And so I'm going to read from the protocols here. For live music, bars must require ample distance, 6-foot minimum, and install a plexiglass partition with a top horizontal edge height with a minimum in 6 feet above the stage floor. Between musicians and customers, the use of any and all dance floors is prohibited.
Yep.
Are you allowed to tap your foot, though? Like, let's say the band's really going
sure.
and... Okay.
Tap it in place while you're seated.
Tap it in place while you're seated. Okay. What about upper body? Are we allowed to...
You can dance in place while you're seated too.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Thanks for clarifying that, Mary.
But yeah, the language on the plexiglass, that's actually directly from CDC guidelines as well. So just so you know, this has been all vetted out.
Right.
And so yes, that is the updated version. But keep in mind, again, this still is going through legal. Right. And once it's adopted by legal, then public health will be allowed to put this on their letterhead and put it in their memo guidance format. I'm also hoping that public health will agree to update all other guidelines, because I feel that our version for the bars and restaurants are way more thorough and updated with specific examples for businesses on how to operate. So I'm really hoping that they'll allow, us or me to update all of the other guidelines to reflect the same kind of language. Because I think this is a lot more helpful for business owners to change their operational plans and update it according to today's rules, not May 2020. So I strongly feel like we need to do that. And if you look at all other states and all other resource reference pages, everybody updates them regularly. It's not like the one was bad at the time. It's just that was the information at that time.
Right.
So things have changed, and we need to update our guidelines for every other sector. And so I'm hoping to change that. And then I'm hoping to also work with GITA and other agencies on possibly some additional grant programs and things for businesses who've had some losses.
Mary, just last question on the bars with these new protocols. I know you've been working with the bars, but we're anticipating the governor to make an announcement that they'll be allowed to open on Monday. Are there bars right now that have all this stuff in place that come this announcement they could just open Monday, or are they going to need some lead time?
Yeah, of course they always need lead time because they have to order new inventory. They have to turn on things they haven't turned on in 8 months, right? So things may not be working. So what's good is that we've been sharing this for about 2 weeks with the bar owners in draft form, and they have been prepping, knowing that this is the first time like we've had like real serious conversations about reopening the bars. So I think the lead time has been there, but there have been some bar owners that just started calling me this week. And something that we've been offering is I was able to do some walkthroughs with the Guam Fire Department. We help advocate on behalf of you. And so Guam Fire Department did a couple of walkthroughs with bars because you need to revisit your occupancy levels. If it's going to be 50 or 75%, you need to know what your occupancy number is. And so you also need to post that with your business license. And so when we walk through with Guam Fire Department, it's really a much better opportunity because they don't really look for citations. They talk you through the process when they go with us, and we can actually help identify anything else they may need to work on in the meantime.
Okay, Mary. April 1st, reopening of tourism. What are we doing to prepare for that on your end? Short answer, please.
A lot to ask.
I know.
I know that the airlines have pushed all their dates through end of March. More than likely, I think it'll push beyond April. And all we can do is really look at testing at the airport and testing outbound, and look for opportunities to start looking at markets who don't have quarantine. But quarantine is always going to be an issue for us, for any traveler. So as long as we keep quarantine in place and don't do testing at the airport, I don't see how we can reopen tourism just yet.
Well, that was definitely short. So you're basically one of the tourism experts, and you're saying April 1st, not going to happen.
Well, I think it's going to happen in the fact that we say we're open.
Yeah.
But realistically, tourists won't be coming unless we change out quarantine rules and testing at the airport and outbound.
Okay. Sounds like we got to get Uncle Carl on next week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it.
All right. Stay safe, guys. Wash your hands always. Wear your mask. Social distance.
And
even when you go to a bar.
And no dancing.
Cooperate. And be nice to your bartenders and servers and tip them well, please.
There you go. Mary Rhodes, the Guam.
Thanks, Mary.
See you, Mary. Guam Hotel Restaurant Association. That's the word on the bars.
Yeah,
Shango
Matata was actually commenting with me on over there, and he said, I wonder if you can do air guitar and air drums. And I honestly, I think that's, I mean, it's interesting, but I mean, and look at you. You're rocking out. Right,
yeah, because you rock out.
But my concern would be.
But with the air drums, Jay, you know what concerns me?
That's heavy breathing.
The heavy breathing.
Yeah. Which is exactly what you don't want to do.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know if that was in the protocols. Mary, was there anything about air guitar in the protocols?
Well, if you do that, just wear your mask.
That's it. Okay.
There you go.
Just thought of everything. Right on. Okay, Jay. Well, there you go, guys. The official word on air guitar, air drums, and dancing in place right here. 7:24. Let's keep it in the Zoom room where we're going to get Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group, who's probably getting ready for his first happy hour on Monday. Doc, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I'm sure we'll visit one.
Right now, the only kind of shots you're doing is vaccination shots.
Yes, but they have to open sometime.
Yeah, right. How's it going, Doc?
It's very good. You know, look like we can do as good as we can on the vaccination program. You know, so I think we have about 8,000 doses left on the island, and it's going to be giving out this next week, and so hopefully we get our shipment intact in March, so we can start doing the number one dose again.
What's on the agenda for the PAG meeting tonight?
We'll probably talk, raise about the vaccination program again, and then I don't know. I haven't decided yet, so we're gonna have meeting tonight, but I got to think about what we need to discuss about later on tonight.
So what are you seeing at the clinic level, Doc?
You know, we see a lot of upper respiratory tract infection, but they've been test negative for COVID, and including the influenza. So it's a normal cough and cold. So we truly have a pretty low number of COVID in the community. So that's good, and that's we need to ask people to continue to do what they do in order to keep our CAR score low. So just like Mary just saying, we need to think forward now on do further stuff to open the island for the industry, for the tourist industry. So we got to do some different planning now. Again, protect the border, do testing, do immunization, and keep patching out 3W, and that's the key that we keep our CAR score low. And again, we need to start thinking about the tourist industry. That's one of the main things that our island economy is dependent on. And yeah, April is a pretty hard deadline to set, but we gotta start thinking forward.
Doc, I wanted to ask, because I was talking to some people over the weekend. I actually brought this up with Dr. Cabrera, but how are people with the second shot, right? Pfizer, are people getting reactions to it? Because I know of a couple people. One had a nosebleed for the first time in his life, and another got pretty sick for a couple days. Is that kind of what you're hearing, or are these just like oddball cases?
Those are just oddball cases. I mean, we have a few cases that people have more reaction on, body ache and headache and some fever. But overall, I'm not aware of anyone that end up in the hospital regarding because the shot. Since we started immunize about almost 50 something days ago, I don't think no one ended up in the hospital. I mean, but the majority of the time, people say they have body ache and a little bit of fever for a few hours or so for a day. But I think those that you were saying are very far and few. So again, we encourage people to get vaccinated, so that way we can reach 80%, or 75, 80% of the island vaccinated, hopefully by maybe July, August, if we have the supply. So that way, we can achieve our herd immunity throughout Guam. Again, we need to do that in order for us to open up for the tourism. A lot of things we have to do, but we have to do that. Again, those side effects are really very small risk compared to the benefit that you have when you get vaccinated.
Right on. So, Doc, let's go back to when you talked about you're seeing at the clinic level upper respiratory tract infections that are not COVID. If they're not COVID, what are they?
Yeah, they just probably just a common cold, Chris. I mean, you still have congestion, coughing, some diarrhea, some fever here and then, but mostly it's just a regular viral infection, and it's not COVID.
Go ahead.
But again, we still encourage people to come in and see the physician if they have some cough and cold symptom. But again, try not to go to work, because we will still need to protect the workplace to make sure that whatever you have, you don't carry up to your workplace. And get tested. Test is very easy to get done now. It's not like the past. So it takes 10 to 15 minutes to be tested. So just come in to get tested if you have any symptom. So that way you can reassure yourself and other people around you that you don't have the virus. Again, as we go on with our immunization program, people still need to be aware. And again, testing needs to be done a lot more after we get immunized. So that way we can make sure that our CAR score is low, and you don't carry the virus around because you have very low symptom, minimal symptom when you get vaccinated, hopefully.
Right. So, Doc, are you seeing a lot of people coming to the clinic who want to get tested for COVID?
Yes, we still test every day, Chris. I mean, we probably do anywhere from 15 to 25 tests a day or more. You know, so we still test people when they come in. You know, if, people are still aware. I think that's something good about Guam. People are still aware that, hey, they're still concerned that they might carry the virus. So whenever they get sick, they always come in. So we don't mind. You know, that's something that every one of us have to do our part to keep our community safe. So, yeah, I mean, people still come in every day to get tested.
And when they're coming in to get tested, Doc, are they sick or are they just, want peace of mind?
You know, the majority they are sick. You know, like I say, mostly I think this time is the viral infection like a cold. But you know, it's not just a peace of mind, but they do come in with symptoms. But so far, I tell you, for AMC wise, you know, in the past probably 2.5, 3 weeks, we haven't had a positive case here, so that's good. You know, keep our finger crossed that we don't break that record. So we continue to do well. The community continue to do well, so that's good. Again, you know, we open up quite a bit now, and the positivity rates still remain very low, so that's very encouraging. We are going the right direction. So again, despite the quarantine facility and people criticize it, it serves its purpose at this point. So I think that we continue to do what we do. I know public health are looking very carefully on the quarantine guideline, any change or not. But again, with the current status of Guam, we really need to be careful on not bringing in any positive to the island. And you know, as you can see, you know, the majority now that the positivity someday is come from the Q factor. So it's service purpose, and we need to continue to do that. Again, just may say, testing the airports is very important. I know the airports are still working on that, and it's very challenging because the pure number of people coming in. So that has to be carefully and thoughtfully approached on the testing the airport.
Right.
And testing program for the tourists and the people going out, that's another challenging too, because that's strictly the PCR testing that they had to be done and not the antigen. So that's something that we have to look at to see if we can support the number of PCR testing for people that to be tested out to get off the island.
Doc, so just going back to the quarantine, because I read somewhere in the interview the governor did that she was saying that come April, the returning Guam residents may be able to just home quarantine. But when I brought it up with Dr. Cabrera, he was saying that, probably not because the variant. So what's your opinion on that?
The PAC is pretty firm on that. I think that for people to travel to the island to be home quarantined, there's a testing program for the essential worker, which is very few, to be home quarantined with monitoring from the public health side. That's a testing program. But for the majority of the population return to the island, I agree with Dr. Cabrera. It's not going to happen anytime soon because the variants. We have to have the ability to identify the variants at a much rapid rate in order to protect the island. So, yeah, I think the quarantine guidelines are coming in for the majority of the people. I don't think we're going to change anytime soon.
Okay.
Okay.
What is it going to take for us to be able to change the quarantine then?
I think it's depend a lot on what the surrounding area. Guys, you mean depend on the state to see what the UK and the South American and South Africa strain was doing. depend on their positive rate in the state. I know they dropped quite a bit, like 40-50% drop. And so if they are dropping, they're doing well. And our surrounding area like Japan, Korea, and Taiwan still continue to do well, then yeah, quarantine guideline will change. It's really not just Guam, it's everything around us and the people that travel in those areas around us. So it takes a lot. It might change to the better, it might change less, and then it might turn into more stringent criteria. It really depend on, like I said, the positive rate on the area where people travel through. So every day, it's a different day, and we keep looking at modify as much as possible. Again, our number one goal is protect the island, and number two, especially, is to get people home a lot faster. We don't like to keep people in a quarantine facility either. That's but we have to take into consideration with those two factors and make a decision as best as possible. And so far, I think the government make the right decision because, as you can see, the car score is very low.
Doc, something we're talking about for the last couple of weeks is changing exemptions for those people who are exempted from quarantine due to their critical service worker status. I know that you and Dr. Cabrera have both said that because of the variant that we need to tighten up and even take away some of these exemptions from people. Where are we on that?
Yeah, we public health are looking much more careful on exemption and what they give out. Again, there had to be, physician, nursing staff, and the healthcare worker, and the police department. And those are people that are considered very essential for Guam. But there's a lot of people in there that give essential. I wish that they, they in the past have published to see who get exempted. I think they should do again to start that way to assure the public that, hey, the essential worker that have been granted are legitimate and not something that just given to anyone. That will probably answer the question you asked to build the confidence of the public that, hey, when we give essential worker criteria to people and granting them home quarantine, that we do the right things. I know they published that in the past, and they should do that just to kind of temper down the concern of the public that it's easier to get.
Right on. Okay, Doc, anything in closing?
Okay. Now, you guys just get immunized. Make sure you don't miss number 2. And even you get immunized, make sure that, you wash your hand, wear your mask, and practice social distance. And again, if the bar is open, and I think at this point, I support the bar to be open and just be safe and enjoy.
Right on. Thanks, Doc.
You're welcome. Have a good day, guys.
You too.
Bye-bye.
There you go. Dr. Hoa Nguyen, 7:39. We're going to take a break, and we're getting Teresa Philippin from the FSM Consul on next to talk about, what was it called again, Jay?
It's Operation Heartbeat. It's a partnership with Guam Regional Medical City. And reaching out, it says it's to, I believe it's intended for the Micronesian community, but basically it's like a big regional thing for, for all people in need of.
Right, and so they're doing a call out because they're doing a vaccination effort tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
the PSA is amazing. We're going to show you guys.
We'll play that during the break. Again, at 7:39. This is The Link on The Breeze, proudly brought to you by Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
See you to the top where you can see me, to the top where I can see you, to the top where you can see me. Said I want to thank you. Yeah.
Hey, good morning.
Because without you, our music it wouldn't be served.
Good morning, Facebook Live. KUAM TV. Shady Hills, Southern or Sanchez, Southern Heights. Mr. Marley. Good morning. Morning, Jay.
Good morning.
Have Glenn comments here. Have a great day, KUAM The Link. Thank you, Glenn. Rosemarie LaGuatnia writes in, the National Guard changed their exemptions. We'll find out. We're getting the Guard on at 9. Mark Scott. And then Operation Heartbeat. Teresa Philippin. If you guys see Teresa out there, tell her to call in The Link. Basically, what they're trying to do is it's a vaccination awareness campaign geared towards the FSM community. I know we played there's a PSA they did in partnership with GRMC. And the first drive is happening tomorrow. They're trying to get at least 100 people to come out and get vaccinated on the 19th. And so hopefully Teresa will get on and give us all the details.
Here's an interesting question in the comment stream from Aaron Redoble. Is it free to get tested at your clinic even without symptoms? I know when I got tested for the second time, because I was feeling, fortunately it was on a Friday, I started feeling under the weather, so I went on Saturday and I called and, I asked the very same question, Aaron. And they said because I went to my own private clinic and because I wasn't referred, and they were asking, and I was just not feeling well, but they said you don't have any of the typical symptoms. I had to pay at that point out of pocket. But then again, that was back in November. That was early November.
Right. But if you want to get tested, I know they normally do testing out of the Northern Public Health.
Yeah.
Right. And so I believe if they're still doing the testing of the Northern Public Health, that is free.
Yeah. And also there is free, as I was saying earlier in news, there is free testing today at the Jotnya Gym from 9 a.m. until noon.
Right.
So that is testing, but that is not the vaccination. So in Jotnya, at the Jotnya Gym, 9 a.m. until lunchtime, they're going to do testing. You do not have to have any symptoms. Free testing, and you'll know your results because it's the rapid one, so you'll know in 15 minutes.
747, by the way, guys. One thing we've been talking about a lot here on the link is some of these reveals coming out of the federal court about our local court system and dirty cops, crystal methamphetamine. There's been a couple big trials happening in the federal court. We just had the chief of police on yesterday, Chief Steve Ignacio. And, man, there was something he said during that interview, because I was watching it last night, about, remember in former Mayor of Jotnya, Jesse Blas's trial, there was something brought up about Joey Terlaia, the former deputy marshal of the court, allegedly beating a woman and keeping her locked up in a room or whatever. And so when we were talking with the chief, he was saying, like, if we don't get a name in these trials, it makes it harder to follow up on it. And I was like, well, what about when you do get a name, like in the case of Mr. Terlahi? And he goes, well, guess what? We're talking with the AG right now about how to proceed with that specific allegation. And so, that was good to hear. But what wasn't good to hear, last night's newscast is a great story from Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. And it's right in the same theme of crooked cops, corrupt law enforcement. And this is a case, retired cops' protection role in drug case detailed in court documents by Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. A retired police officer and former FBI task member accused of obstruction of justice in a drug case is implicated in yet another case involving drugs. The court documents were unsealed in the federal district court just yesterday. In June of 2019, Audrey Jean Wolford was indicted on federal drug charges. She signed a plea agreement and is scheduled to be sentenced in May. The details of that plea agreement were unsealed in district court and describe a drug smuggling scheme between January 2013 to February 2019 to bring in meth from Washington State. Wolford and her co-conspirator Vincent Raymond Rios would either travel there or have packages of drugs mailed to Guam. Wolford sold meth out of her home in Barrigada and would stash a portion of the proceeds in safety deposit boxes in local banks. Enter John Boom Mantanotnya. And he is, of course, the retired cop, former FBI task force member. So this guy was right in there in the thick of things. According to court documents, Wolford and Rios paid protection fees to the retired police officer. This is like something out of a mob movie, right? Paying drug dealers, paying a retired cop protection money. And to me, what's really disturbing about this is we are talking about a retired cop, but I'm assuming that if he's getting paid protection money, he must still have pull with the department. He's got to. I mean, it just makes sense. Right? I mean, that's how it works. You're protecting them, and I'm assuming that if he's offering that protection, he must still be tight with some active law enforcement. So this whole thing, it gives me a stomachache. According to court documents, Wolford and Rios paid protection fees to the retired police officer. He would advise them on how to avoid detection and arrest by law enforcement. Boom is accused of advising Wolford to perform her drug transactions at local hotels. He ran license plate numbers and informed her to avoid individuals he identified as cooperating with the government. The two also had a text messaging code system when she wanted him to run a name or a license plate. Wow, that's scary. That's pretty scary, right? I mean, for all we know, they could be, and you guys out here talking about crystal meth, they could be running our license plate right now. The two also had a text messaging code system when she wanted him to run a name or a license plate. The plea agreement detailed an incident that occurred in November 18th of 2018 where Wolford was scheduled to pick up a package of drugs and wanted to get the all clear from Boom. He responded, so far so good, but apparently it wasn't, because 2 days later when Wolford went to pick up the package, she was arrested by federal agents. After she was released, she called Boom and informed him that she was arrested and questioned about the package, which contained 250 grams of methamphetamine. Let's see. I want to say that's a little bit under a pound, maybe. Wolford is scheduled to be sentenced on May 20th in the district court. As for Mantanotnia, in June 2019, he was indicted on obstruction of justice charges as well as a conspiracy to distribute meth. He was scheduled to appear in court this past Wednesday for a status hearing, but that was rescheduled to May 18th. So again, this federal court, these big revelations coming out. I mean, I think it's scary. I mean, it's scary that there's people like that who are in cahoots with these drug dealers, right? And I'm pretty sure when it comes to the sentencing, you're going to get everyone's going to be writing so many letters. Oh, that Boom, man, is a good guy, that guy. Man, I stand by that guy, man. Well, don't give him, Judge, don't give him a slap on the wrist. How about you just tealick his ear? Because, I mean, Guam is small and I don't get it. I mean, it's just a bad look, right? But that's exactly what's going to happen. Mark my words. They probably already got letters there from whoever in the government that, to me, it sends a message that you don't take it seriously, right? That we're just going to turn a blind eye to this and be like, oh yeah, you might have did that. You're poisoning our island, working in cahoots with these drug dealers, offering them protection, telling them who all the snitches are so they can, I mean, it didn't work out so well because obviously the lady got busted. But still, you got to wonder what else is going to come out of this federal court and what local action are we taking when you hear something like this, right? I mean, obviously a guy like Boom, a retired cop and a former, I mean, it's not just any retired guy. This guy was like way up there, right? He was like super high ranking. But obviously to run plates and to run names, he's got to know people. So that means there's like a whole network of like maybe his mully or whoever works at DMV and they can run the plates and check it. But it's just, to me, if it was happening then, it's probably still happening with just different people, right? And so if you follow all this stuff, it kind of seems like it's either everybody's dealing meth or the feds are really trying to work on some kind of like systematic takedown of these, cartels. Because that's what it is. I mean, there's these big cartels on Guam, different people who are bringing in, they've got their little ice kingdom of ice. And they all just, snitch on each other, compete with each other, pay protection to cops. It's crazy. I just wanted to take this time because it's prime time. I wanted to talk about this. I wanted to read out this story just to keep it out there. Guys, we've got to keep this stuff visible because they don't like it when you turn the lights on them. So let's keep it bright in here. It's 7:55. We'll take a quick break. Coming up on the show, we got Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic Schools as superintendent. And then 8:30, we'll get Senators Tello, Senator Joanne. And 9 o'clock, we got the Guam National Guard with Mark Scott. I'm going to take a really quick break, and I'm coming back with Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King right here on the link.
This is the new way to dine in. Choose a restaurant. Make your order. Get your food delivered fast, safe, and reliably. Make the dash to Uno Go. Uno-go.com. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hatha Day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Hey, good morning. We had a comment here, Elliot, on our Facebook Live feed. Maybe this is why nothing changes. If you can't trust the people who are supposed to keep you safe, who can you trust? Well, you can't trust anybody. That's sorry. It sounds paranoid, but it's real. I mean, look, this trial. I mean, there were people who said, oh, this guy Boom was a stand-up cop. You know what I mean? He's a good cop. And the problem I have is that when we get these cases where law enforcement screws up, like let's say, for example, you know, totally random here, but let's say, for example, you're a prison guard and you're involved with smuggling meth into the prison by tipping off inmates about when there's going to be a shakedown. Let's just say, for example, right, that seems like somebody you would want to keep out of the government of Guam, but instead, in this world we're living in on our island, those types of people who betray the public trust are celebrated by our government. Our government will go to bat for these people. It's disgusting. It is. I just feel like we just got to send a stronger message. We can't be talking one side of our mouth about, oh, we want to do stuff about meth, but then when we get people who are involved with meth, we like put them up in these positions and we defend it and we don't allow any critical examination of it. I'm just saying, it is what it is, guys. I mean, we can sit here till we're blue in the face and talk about how there's this pandemic of crystal methamphetamine going on our island. But if our very government is catapulting these dirty law enforcement people into government positions and subverting the whole administration to defend it, then what good is it? Why are we even wasting our breath here? It's 8 o'clock, February 18th, Thursday. To our viewers on KUAM TV, thank you guys. You guys are the best. Appreciate it. There's a whole bunch of great programming coming up on KUAM TV. And you can also jump over to our Facebook Live feed where we've got Dr. Juan Flores, a bunch of senators, and Sabrina Salas-Mantanani's coming in. She wrote up the story on Boom Mantanani that we just read out, so I'm pretty sure we'll talk about that. It's a great story. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on in the district court. And I wish we could have had the chief on this morning to ask him. But like he said yesterday, he keeps an eye on those things that happen. And, well, of course, he has to. He should. He keeps an eye on those things that happen in the federal court. And he told Sabrina straight up. It was interesting because when we were interviewing him, at first he was like, oh, we don't get a name. What can we do? And so Sabrina kind of, you know, because she's badass like that, she kind of kept pressing him. She was like, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me, like, if you don't get a name, you're just like, oh, forget about it? And he was like, no, Bree, what if I did get a name? What if I called? What if I found out? What if I just couldn't tell you? So we were like, oh, whoa. Ooh, whoa. You know, so that was that. So, I mean, it sounds like the chief pays attention. And when you hear something like these revelations that come out where you get a retired cop who's basically running interference for these people importing large amounts of meth into our island, you got to wonder, who does he know that's current? Because that's how it is. It's a party. Like, let's say you're a dirty cop, you retire. There's probably other dirty cops in there that you know that you can call, and you'd be like, hey, what's going on with this and that? I mean, yeah. And like the chief had said, I mean, he sounded like he was taking it serious. Because I watched the video last night, and he was like, no, he said that he has a duty. He has a duty to root out crooked, corrupt cops in the department. He said it was a duty, so that was good to hear. That's 8:02. Viewers on KUAM TV, we'll see you. We're KUAM FM, Agani Guam on the breeze. My name's Chris. Adios! And we're back. It's 8:02. Let's do Burger King. You know, they brought the BK Big Fish back. It's so awesome. It's crispy. It's flaky. It melts in your mouth, Jay.
It's that kind of fish. I mean, especially this time of year. Are you?
Yeah, it's Lent.
Yeah, but I mean, are you? What kind of fish are you most looking forward to?
I like all kinds of fish. Yeah. I don't discriminate. I'm not Tatsat.
Do you do salmon?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Who doesn't do salmon, bro? You mean salmon?
Salmon, tuna.
Right.
Or where do you stand on tuna, though? Are you like the imported tuna, or you go for like the yellowfin?
I don't know. I'm not really a tuna fan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we have found.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's a little overrated. I mean, I like a good tuna sandwich. Chody Mart's tuna sandwich.
Yeah.
Right? Guys, so it's 8:03. We're going to do this. Burger King got the BK Big Fish. It's everywhere for Lent. Guys, chicken is not meat, so grab you a BK Big Fish.
And we are going to get
chicken
some of
is
those
meat.
for lunch today.
Right. And so our BK cover me this morning is from Fat Tofu. And this is a clip from the Binary Sunset sessions right here on the link. It's 8:03. Again, brought to you by Burger King. Cover me. Good morning.
Watch out! Shows that you don't
right, that's Fat Tofu, brought to you by Burger King. It's called Cover Me 808. Sabrina Salas Mentanani. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
So I just read that story you did on the retired cop.
Boom, John.
Yeah, Boom Mentanani. So this was kind of something that you just, I don't want to say you stumbled across it.
Yeah, I did.
No, so you did. Yeah, you did. So she basically stumbled across it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I mean, I'd never heard this name Audrey Wolford before. But it was basically a plea agreement, right? And so you click on this and then you find out, boom on the boom.
Right. Well, I don't know, was it a plea agreement? It was something that I just saw her name and it was new, so I just clicked on it. And they had unsealed the documents. And so in wanting to know, okay, what exactly did she do? What is she accused of? And so, you know, you got to go through the case file. So I clicked on one of the plea agreements to get some background information and pulled it up and then started reading through it. And then, of course, when I got to Boom, I was like, wait a minute. As in John Boom Mentanani.
Right.
And, yeah, it just kind of told the story of what happened and what he is accused of doing. And obviously, if you've been following his trial in district court, he was accused of the obstruction of justice, the witness tampering, along with his brother and one of the jurors.
Right. And this was relative to they were trying to influence jurors in another big meth. It was a meth trial, right?
Right. The drug trial of
was it Martinez and Moser?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So to me, that's also obviously concerning because I'm just thinking like, did they do it before and not get caught? So I mean, that's how strong and how prevalent these the crystal meth forces are on our island.
Mm-hmm. And I thought one thing that you had mentioned when you were talking about it earlier about connections that he might have had in the Guam Police Department because he was retired at the time.
Yeah.
These allegations came forward. You're right. So how was he able to run plates? How was he able to run names? He would have had to have somebody, a connection, right, in the police department that was able to do that.
I think it's clear as day that you can say right now and that the way the meth is so widespread on our island that there has to be involvement from the government, whether it's the police department or, you know, politicians even. There has to be. There just wouldn't be happening like this. I mean, when you get like this whole thing with the port, you know, we get the chief of customs on here and he's like, oh, no drugs are coming into the port. And then when I said, hey, so no drugs are coming in, he's like, I didn't say that. He basically said they're not catching it. So to me, it's like, I don't know.
But he also couldn't say when the last time the drug sniffing, detecting dogs had gone down there prior to that exercise.
Right on.
Or operation that occurred last week.
And then to me, it's just all these different facts when you put them together. I mean, you know, I'm not trying to mix apples and oranges, but I mean, if our government was serious about crystal meth, they would be doing way more to prevent it from coming into our island. Instead of acting stupid, you know, like, oh, I don't know when the last time the container was inspected. Or you get, you know, people like with the port, when you talk about, hey, drug test the employees, they flip it and they say, oh, are you saying everybody's on drugs? It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are on drugs. Newsflash. That's why our government has to they got to step it up, man. Got to step it up. There's no task force. We haven't seen the big bus. It's coming on the Fed side. You know, Customs is saying, oh, nothing's coming in at the port. I don't know. I just feel like if they really wanted to take this serious, it would be serious, and we would just stop this whole culture of, you know, rewarding crooked cops and crooked law enforcement.
And you know it's a serious problem when you look at the magistrates' complaints and the indictments. It was just yesterday when the Attorney General's office released a list of the latest indictments from the grand jury, and almost all of them, there was a drug drug charge, except for one, which is, and that's not uncommon, you know.
No, you see it. I mean, every story in the news is like, oh, defective tail light, and they get pulled over, and it's like, oh, they got an ice pipe. Oh, they got all these baggies with the ice in it. I mean, it's like every day there's multiple busts. But they're not getting the guys who are supplying these people.
The big dogs.
Right. That's what I feel like it's because they're in bed with them. And what else could it be? I mean, they're either in on the take or they just compromised in some way. I mean, the connections with, I just got to say it. You got someone like Joey Terlahi, whose name is repeatedly mentioned in federal trials. I mean, his father is the senator who oversees the Guam Police Department. I'm just not comfortable with that. And we had, I think it was Senator Frank Blas Jr. who said, like, you can't blame Senator Pito for what his son does. Yeah, I didn't say that. But I'm just saying, as a father, if my child is involved with something, I'm going to do whatever I can to protect them. That's just what a parent does. That's just what it doesn't have to be that way, but I would just admit that I would do whatever I have to do to protect my kid. And so it's not uncommon for us to assume the same about a senator or a mayor or anything like that. That's why these connections are troubling, is because we know on Guam how we feel about family. Whether it's a brother-in-law who screwed up at the prison and got hired at the port, or whether it's a son who's, being accused of all these things in the federal court. And I totally understand, because family is the one thing that it's family. You throw all logic, all fact out the window. And when it comes to family, you get emotional. And that's why it's not good to have your family involved in what you're doing, because you just are blinded by the emotion and the love that you feel for them. I can totally relate with it. But, at the end of the day, if the family's involved in doing dirty stuff, then that's where, we the public have to kind of like stand up and say, hey, wait a second. Family's family, but this is just ridiculous. It's gone too far. It's 8:15. So yeah, Bree, that story to me was scary. That story to me means that there are cops who are in bed with these drug dealers, even up to now, even if they got one on trial. I mean, if they got one, that means there's more. And they're actively out here running interference, tipping people off. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's just, I don't even know what to say anymore. Yeah, exactly. Heavy sigh. That's all we can do. 8:15, we're coming back, and we're going to switch gears and talk education with Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic Schools Superintendent, next on The Link.
Make it through the week with Monday's Work Week.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day in Mabuhay. I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Lots of work into the night, working on a project. We, I don't know if you guys know, but the Department of Education has allocated $10.6 million from the Education Stabilization Funds, the second version of it, $10.6 million to the Catholic schools. All the non-public schools have gotten it as well, but our share is $10.6 million. So the schools made recommendations for services to meet the goals. Then they selected which of those services they want, how many of them they wanted. So I'm finishing up because our second draft is due today. So, you know, if you ask me right now how I would want to spend $10.6 million personally, I probably could come up with some really great suggestions. I joked the other day that with a friend of mine that, you know, I would travel in a way that I don't have to worry about expenses, right? And he said, well, what does that really mean? And I said, well, when I go to the mini bar in the hotel, I'm not going to worry that I'm spending $5 on a little bag of macadamia nuts. That to me is extravagance. But for the schools, you know, fortunately, we're being scrutinized by DOE. So we got to make sure that what we're spending the money on is really going to make a difference. So that's what the schools are working on. And I think we're gonna come out on top with that goal.
What is some of the common priorities for the schools that you've been seeing in the list that they've been submitting?
You know, the three goals are health and safety, obviously, how we're dealing with distance learning and modified learning because of the pandemic, and dealing with what we're calling learning recovery. How do we make up for what's gone on in the last year or so? And then the third thing is, how do we address social and emotional well-being? And one of the areas, which is not necessarily new, but I think something we need to put more emphasis in, is what are we going to do to help kids with physical fitness? Because we know there's a connection between physical fitness and social and emotional well-being. So for some schools, it's getting playground equipment, because right now, even if you had playground equipment, you got to limit the number of kids on them because of social distancing, right? Maybe for the older kids, it's actually gym equipment, right? It's or professional support from the private gyms on the island to get physical fitness programs. It could be just getting more HEPA filters. We've got them for all the classrooms. They're on their way now. Now we got to worry about them for the gyms, the cafeterias, the libraries, any large spaces. It's for things like replacing air conditioners to get more high energy efficient ones that are going to help to make sure the circulation of the air is going to be positive. Yeah, a lot of things. And then in terms of actual learning, is to look at, one of the things we put in a proposal for is, let's really find out where our students are. Let's do an assessment of the extent to which the archdiocesan standards are being followed in the schools, because even with the schools with the best distance learning programs, we know that those did not provide enough learning hours for the kids. So where are we, and what are we going to do about that? Because that's the bottom line for our kids, right? How do you make sure second graders, I know I've said this before, how do we make sure second graders are ready to go to the third grade so that down the line they're going to continue on this academic success?
Right.
So a lot of things and a lot of discussions.
Let me kind of ask you about that, because I, you know, my oldest boy went to Mount Carmel, where he was able to receive a kind of a broad education that included, you know, music and a lot of physical fitness. So when you talk about kind of assessing where the students are there any programs at Mount Carmel or any other schools that run the risk of not being deemed core subjects that are at risk or in danger of being cut?
You mean that they're not following the programs for academics? Or I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me, Chris.
I'm just saying, are there any programs at Mount Carmel or any other the Catholic schools that, like music or physical fitness, that may be deemed as not necessarily core subjects and in danger of being cut?
That's a great question. And I actually think, Chris, that it should not be an either or. If I look at what's going on in Mount Carmel, I mean, I went and observed a class, you know, the kids are playing the guitar, and Dave Duenas, who I think is incredible with kids who are just learning instruments. You know, part of what we need to do is we need to make sure the kids are in the right frame of mind when they're in school. So if they're doing something fun, like learning how to play an instrument, it's likely to have an effect on how effectively they're going to be in the other classrooms. Now, could we do a better job of making a direct connection between music and literature, music and math, music and science? Yeah, probably. But I think that we should not say that we need to have one or the other. Now, some schools find it difficult to do that and will focus on the core subjects, in some cases at the expense of other areas. I mean, there are schools right now that have not been able to get Chamorro teachers. So they're not running a Chamorro program in the Catholic schools. That doesn't mean that's bad. It just means they need to work a little harder at getting that.
Right. So basically you're saying the arts are core subjects.
Well, most people, you know, when we look at what the feds look at, right, they don't measure the arts. But I think most educators will tell you that the arts and even physical education, I'm not a poster child for that, but most educators say that there are connections between how well kids are doing in school and how well they're able to express themselves. You know, part of what I've grown to believe, because I don't mind saying that in the past I've been a hardcore academics. You know, you remember the period in the early 2000s when all we needed to do was just get everybody to read. And I still believe that. Without literacy, we're going to go nowhere, absolutely nowhere. But I wonder if we need to figure out how to get literacy in terms of reading and writing to support everything else that we think kids should learn, including a sense of responsibility. And some of that comes from music, the arts, and physical education.
The governor, it's anticipated, will place the island in PCOR 3 tomorrow. What is this going to mean for Catholic schools?
I hope what it means is that we still wash our hands, we follow social distancing, we make sure that there's the right ventilation in the classrooms. I don't think there's any reason for us to change. The only thing that I'm going to ask parents to continue to do is to curtail their activities after school, so that there's not a great chance that the virus will be transmitted to kids, and then those kids will bring it to school. We're ending our 5th week this week of face-to-face education with no positive cases in the Catholic schools. Wow. And I think the schools need to be commended for that, because some of them, I've gone to some of the schools where it's close to being militaristic. You know, you're not 6 feet apart from me, you know? Or at one school, I think it was at St. Francis, where the teacher said, if you stretch your arms and you can touch somebody else's fingers, you're too close, you know, spread out. But we're also anticipating getting stuff that's going to help that. And the reason I say that is just because it's PCOR 3, we should not let down our guard.
Right, exactly.
I'd love to go into the end of May with no positive cases. Mm-hmm. And I think the schools are positioned to do that.
What about in terms of increasing a student size, capacity, letting more students into the classroom or return face to face?
Yeah, the schools want to do that, and some schools, well, the nursery schools are flooded with phone calls, to get more kids in there. I think we just need to be really careful to make sure that maybe we can go from 6 feet apart to 4 feet apart, but the days of having 25 to 30 kids in a classroom might not be practical right now. Now, there are a couple of safeguards I think that when they finally come through would be good. One, for all our elementary kids, we're getting sneeze guards, and some of the schools already have them, and then to get HEPA filters in the classrooms. And I think that that's going to help to bring more kids into the classroom and maybe even call for some interaction among the kids when they're in the classroom.
Will that be a decision for each individual school to make then, if they want to increase their class sizes?
Yeah, as long as they're following public health guidelines. So I think the CDC and public health follows CDC's lead. If they deem it reasonable for us to increase the sizes, I think we probably will, because one of the challenges that I've talked about a lot is one of the reasons that Catholic schools are facing financial challenges is that if they can only have 15 students in a classroom, that means each student's tuition is paying a greater share of the teacher's salary, right? So we're not getting to take advantage of economies of scale. That puts a burden on the schools. And so I think maybe one of the things that could happen with PCOR 3 is maybe some schools can resort to having some fundraising activities, which we haven't been able to have.
Right.
I don't know any of the schools have been successful because of those restrictions. So some of those things are going to help the schools, because the bottom line is schools need to meet their payroll. They need to make sure that they have funds to continue with health and safety conditions and get us through this school year and start recruiting for next year.
You mentioned public health. The last time we had them on, which was a couple weeks ago, for whatever reason, the Division of Environmental Health was on, and they were talking about how they were going into GDOE schools and they were doing inspections, and next on their list they were going to go to private schools. And so have they begun that process? Are you aware?
They have, and several schools have already reported that they've gotten good reports from public health. But yeah, environmental health is coming through. And more than anything else, at least this is what I hear from the principals, that the people who've come to the schools have not come there with this hammer to nail them and to get to close them, but to say, hey, why don't you improve on this? Why don't you improve on that? Or could your protocols be more explicit about exactly how many times will the bathrooms be closed? And I think that kind of cooperation, that kind of supportive advice, I think is going to help the schools, rather than just saying, you're out of compliance, shut your school down. And I think, I'm going to pray that nothing happens before tomorrow, but the proof is in the pudding, right? No positive cases in 5 weeks of face-to-face. We had schools with as high as 85% of the students back in school. So it's not happening on a whim. I got to tell you that the principals are losing sleep, and the teachers are working hard to make sure that all the regulations are being followed.
Juan, I wanted to ask, with any of this federal money that we got, whether it's the first round of funds that was caught in the DOE procurement process, or whether it's the 10.6 of that's part of that $42 million, right?
Actually, the second round, the 10.6 million we're getting right now is part of the second round, and DOE has gotten over $100 million.
Right.
85 million going to DOE schools, and then the rest of that money going to the non-public schools.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because with a lot of these, we saw with the CARES Act, there was a timeline, like you had to spend the money by a certain amount of time. So are you guys up against the wall and having to spend any of this money before a deadline? And if so, what's that deadline, and how feasible is it for you guys to spend it?
Well, for us, for us, we've been advised that by the end of March, we've got to make sure that we encumber our funds from the first round of ESF funds. And I think the Federal Programs Office is helping us to make sure we do that. We identify what we have, and we still have a balance because some savings we made or because we haven't procured everything we wanted. So whatever it takes, we're going to do it. We're not going to leave any money, cookies in the cookie jar.
I'm sorry, you were kind of breaking up. That first round, you have until the end of March to spend?
That's what the Federal Programs Office has asked us to do, to make sure we put in our requisition. Doesn't mean that they all have to arrive here, but we have to start the process and encumber those funds, make sure those funds are committed. And I think we're gonna turn to them for some help to make sure that we do that.
And how much did you guys get in the first round? And what's the balance?
We got 3.9 million.
And how much has not yet been encumbered?
Oh, that's a great question. Maybe 1.5, maybe less than that.
But between now and then, you're going to make sure that you put that to use. So
and that's even without buying any, Lexuses for the principals.
No, I was going to say the second round is the 10.6, right?
Yep.
And how much?
One of the things in the second round that we're focusing on too is what are we going to do to have long-standing effects, right? I think in the first round we were worried about are we going to have enough masks and gloves and instructional activities, instructional materials. The second round is what are the long-term effects of this funding? And it's how are we changing teaching and learning, which, we're all forced to rethink that. And you've heard me say this before, we can't use the adage, we've always done it that way. So this is really causing us, I think, to look at those things that are going to have an effect. I mean, one of the things we started looking at, and something I wasn't very aware of, the idea of using these robots that teach kids coding, but also teach them how to incorporate the learning of coding with core academic subjects. You teach robots to carry out a scene from a Romeo and Juliet play, or you teach robots to trace the routes of certain voyages, in the world in the past. A lot of those things really are things that are gonna trigger new ways that kids are gonna be learning, because I don't think it's gonna be the same as it has been in the past.
I did want to go back to the first round and then the 1.5 million that has not been encumbered. Why is that? Why haven't you guys been able to spend that 1.5 million?
Yeah, again, I don't know if that number is correct, but part of it is one of the reasons why there's still some money left over is when we got initial estimates. Like an example is Chromebooks, right? Somebody just threw out a number, maybe they'll cost $700. Well, then when DOE's procurement process went through, it turns out they only cost $325, especially because of the number of items that we're getting, number of units. So we saved a lot of money. So now we got to figure out how are we going to spend that money? And almost on a daily basis, an idea comes up, and I try to support the schools when they suggest something. Now, getting it through means we just got to do some more work to research. But that's one of the reasons. The other is that we modified our request maybe in November, the beginning of November, because we were not thinking just of distance education, but we started to switch our thinking to being face-to-face. And so that, I think, kind of added more time that we needed to do the research. But I promise you, we are going to put in requisitions. We might leave like $5 or $10 for, I don't know, stamps for thank you cards or something. But other than that, we're going to try to spend all the money.
Okay. Any update on sports? I know when we spoke with John Fernandez yesterday, that's one of the things that they are going to be looking at with PCOR 3 and starting with, of course, low-risk sports. For private schools, Catholic schools, is there any indication that we will see any sort of interscholastic sports going on?
Absolutely. I think if the coaches had their way, we would have had full sports activities from day one. So there are a lot of discussions. I think both the coaches and the students are chomping at the bit to get back to having that. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of physical fitness, I think that's part of what contributes to social and emotional well-being. So I haven't spent a whole lot of time on it, but in terms of the IIAAG, Terry DeBold keeps me abreast of all of the ongoing discussions about sports. And I think there probably are some very casual activities going on right now, like students who are training, but in very small groups, observing social distancing, not having contacts, just making sure they're safe. One of the concerns with sports is, as I've mentioned before, I've asked parents to curtail activities outside of school. And with sports, except for those who are working in their own teams, when there's competition, then the kids get exposed to other kids. And our kids themselves can take care of themselves, or the kids at one school can take care of themselves. But if they come together and there is contact, then we need to wonder whether or not there would be transmission of the virus. But I think, that even with some exceptions, that there aren't many transmissions among young people. And unfortunately, there are a few. But that doesn't mean we stop worrying about it and have to take care of it. So I think with sports, the key is, what are we going to do to encourage the kids to get out there, even if they're just training, so they are building up. One of the groups that I really am concerned about right now are those kids who are thinking they might want to participate in sports in college because they're not having an opportunity to demonstrate their competitiveness right now. So there are a lot of issues with sports that we have to pay attention to.
Juan, I wanted to go back to what you had said earlier about having a hard time finding Chamorro teachers. I know a ton of Chamorro teachers. So are you guys looking for Chamorro teachers and not being able to find them? Are the Catholic schools in any danger of not providing the mandated Chamorro language classes?
Yeah, and that I'm not sure, Chris, if that mandate applies to the Catholic schools, but I know that my experience has always been that the schools have had Chamorro classes, but with those challenges of finding the teachers, I think some of the schools have not been able to, but we're going to work on them. I had a meeting yesterday with representatives of the schools to plan for Mes Chamorro. And there's a great deal of concern that the Catholic schools can play a very significant role, the way the Catholic Church has, playing a very significant role in enhancing the learning and the use of the Chamorro language. So one of the things we're doing is we want to find ways to highlight people in our past from the Catholic Church who have supported the Chamorro language. But I don't think there's any school that's actively saying they don't want to teach Chamorro. I think that sometimes it's something that they just are trying to address as much as they can.
So I just want to. So you don't think the mandate for Chamorro language applies to the Catholic schools?
Yeah, I could check on that, Chris. But I just remember when I was at DOE that the mandate was very clear that it was a public school issue. I mean, there are many non-public schools on Guam that do not teach Chamorro right now.
Right. I mean, that being said, though, I think we should also commend, of course, Mount Carmel does great every year, but then most recently, FD took gold in the Chamorro language classes. So for those schools that do offer it, it's very exceptional.
Yeah, and those schools that even if they're not teaching them in classrooms, in the nursery schools, I'm told they pray before and after meals in Chamorro.
Right.
Now, whether or not the kids know what they're praying is another story, but it's coming through, and I think we need to work on it. And I think we need to be committed to not just the compliance, but really the commitment that speaking Chamorro, especially as far as the Catholic Church is concerned, is pretty important. Our leader, Archbishop Burns, tries very hard at Mass. Whenever the Tatanmami is sung or said, that he tries to do his part. He has a very strong Detroit accent when he speaks tomorrow. I think a lot of people I know really.
Hey, easy there. I don't want you to get in trouble with the Archbishop now.
No. I'm saying this in a positive light.
Right. Yeah.
Recognize and respect the fact that he's trying.
I mean, it's funny. It's
Exactly.
Funny. Yeah, of course. It's funny that you bring up Detroit though, because I've been going to Cathedral the last few Sundays, and it seems like every homily the Archbishop has, he's always got a cool story about Detroit. I don't know if you noticed that. It's kind of a random thing. Go ahead, Jay. Yeah.
I told the Archbishop that when I was growing up, we used to hear about all kinds of things about New York from Bishop Baumgartner, right? Because he was from New York. We got a lot of support from New York. A lot of priests came from New York. So most of the Capuchins I knew came from a particular place in New York where they went through seminary. So maybe that's just a function of where our bishop comes from.
Right.
Yeah.
No, hey, Juan, this is Jason. I remember when the Archbishop first came to the island and the very first Mass he held down in Cathedral, he walked in, he went up to the pulpit, and, everybody, it was a packed cathedral. It was shoulder to shoulder at the time. Everybody was greatly anticipating him. And the first thing he said, he goes, okay, before I begin my sermon, I'd like to say, half a day. And you could tell he was working at it and everything. He got a standing ovation in church during the Mass. He just worked at it.
I heard he wears a Detroit Pistons jersey under his outfit.
I wouldn't be. No. I believe when he was at the University of Michigan, I think he did a little boxing.
Oh, well, I better stop then. I don't want to get boxed.
Slow your roll over there.
They come up for communities and be like, put up.
His Excellency is a very good athlete.
I know. I'm just playing.
I got some rosary beads for you.
Thank you. All right, Juan. What else you got? Anything else?
Yeah, I did want to follow up on vaccinations because when educators were became part of the eligibility criteria group, it was around 2-3 weeks ago. We're going to see GDOE. They're going to start, their teachers and their staff are going to start getting their second doses this week, actually. What about for private schools, for Catholic school teachers and staff?
Same with the Catholic school teachers. They're in line to get their second dosage. I've already gotten mine, but about 75% of the Catholic school teachers and staff, not just teachers, but staff members who are exposed to students, have opted to get the vaccination in our schools.
And they're all due, that 75% are due for their second dose.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
How many teachers is that?
75% of 450.
All right.
I remember figuring this out. Over 300.
Nice. All right.
Okay.
Hopefully. And that's faculty and staff.
Right. 75%, that's a really high number.
You guys should do a commercial.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, I think many of them, some of the teachers were apprehensive about coming back to school for health reasons. Mm-hmm. And I think when the access to the vaccination came through, some of them felt that was one way to deal with their apprehension.
Right.
So I'm glad that they did.
Juan, just real quick before I let you go, I wanted to talk about, I asked John Fernandez this, I want to say last week, but are you dealing with kids who are just lacking motivation, maybe their emotional, mental well-being not where it should be because, the pandemic? And if so, how do you kind of address that?
First of all, that's a great question, Chris. And many of the principals are letting me know that one of the ways they're dealing with it is they're giving the kids time to not bug them if their assignments might be late. Not that we want them to be irresponsible, but we might understand what they're going through. The second thing is to make sure that they're communicating with the families to find out if there are specific concerns from home. And the bottom line is, with my personal worry about the number of kids and we've had them, right? We know we've had them over the pandemic. We've had kids who've committed suicide or kids who've hurt themselves or kids who've become so despondent that they're not functioning in school. I think paying attention to their health and wellness, and especially social and emotional wellness, is really critical. And again, there's that fine line where how do you insist that the kids be responsible, but at the same time really respond? And one of the ways that some of the schools are doing that is to give these kids the opportunity to stay home if that's what's going to help them, and continue with distance learning. But I know when I've gone to the schools and I see especially small kids playing with each other, I know that their presence in school is affecting their social and emotional well-being. So I'm hoping that some of that will continue as we get more and more kids into the schools.
Right on. Well, thank you, Juan. You good, Bree?
Yes, thanks, Juan. Was there anything else you wanted to get out?
That's it. Just great work from the schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Juan.
Okay.
Have a good weekend. Right
Be
on.
safe.
Okay. See you. Juan Flores, Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic School Superintendent. Good morning. 8:49. Let's go back into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have a couple of my favoriteest troublemaker senators. I mean, session it's pretty hot. It's been pretty hot lately, Bree. And so we're going to bring on Senator Tello and Senator Joanne Brown. Full disclosure, I did reach out to the minority leader, Senator Jim Moylan, to come on, but he deferred to Senator Tello, Senator Joanne. And then I also asked the Vice Speaker, Senator Tina Munoz-Barnes, to come on, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So here we are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sabrina. Good morning, Chris and Jason.
Good morning.
Morning,
Senator.
Right on. We're trying to get Senator Joanne on here.
She might be on the phone.
Okay.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, there's all right. Had to bring in the staff, right?
Oh, so somebody got a new computer. Yeah. Unmute.
There you
There,
go.
it just needs a magic touch there.
Okay. I think the Democrats are messing with your microphone, maybe.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Hey, Sabrina, when is your birthday again? I was sorry to get off track here. But when is your birthday?
April 23rd.
Yeah, it's coming up. Set your calendar, Senator.
And Jason's is April 24th.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Time to get on and sing you happy birthday. So I get the vocal.
All right.
Be a day.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering. I knew it's coming up soon. I remember that time.
Maybe you
Thank
and who are the other singers there in the legislature? Because I saw Senator Chris is in the choir.
Yeah, well,
Senator Chris, yeah.
And also Senator Tony Atta, you should hear him.
Yeah. Right.
Karaoke, and then Senator Frank Bloss. So we got a pretty good men's choir this time around.
Right. Because I know last term it was Senator Joseph Augustine, Senator Clint, Senator Will Castro, and who else? But they would always sing the national anthems, right?
Or is it Guam hymn?
And the Guam hymn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was funny too because we would joke around and call them mini vanilli, you know. They would lip sync. They would
Chili
lip sync, you
vanilli.
know. It's like, but I tell you, we got some great singers, you know, the men's choir. So it's full. They used to ask me to just try and hit the high notes, you know, so you'd hear Louise and I
Right.
when they get to that high note, sing above it. So they oh yeah, that's us.
Senator Joanne, are you a singer at all?
Not much. I mean, I can do the choir. I mean, I'm not much of a singer. I'll have to stand behind Tello when she sings.
Right. I like the choir
I got
too.
some
because
talents, but you know, there are limits. There are limits here.
choir's good because you can stand in the back and lip sync and get away with it.
Yeah.
So anyway, thanks for coming to our show. We wanted to ask, there was a resolution, right, Bree, that the Republicans, I believe, tried to introduce, and it was something about changing some of the standing rules.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was something in there about Carlo Branch.
It didn't say Carlo Branch.
I know, it didn't say it, but everybody knows it's all about Carlo Branch. But then I saw that a vice speaker had interjected and made a motion, and that's where I kind of the wheels fell off.
Yeah. Hey, can we just kind of talk about where did that come from? Why was that proffered?
and what does it do, and all that good stuff.
Well, I guess when we introduced the resolution, it was probably was a surprise to them, and but it was something that we wanted to do at the very beginning after the election, to be a part of the making of the standing rules. Unfortunately, what happened was when we came into the inauguration, in front of our table was standing rules, and it was approved by the majority, and we had no say on what was included or what was taken out in the standing rules. So, we've been trying to work with the other side to ask them to put certain things in, and some of the stuff in this resolution that we placed in is basically, it's bringing that, fair play, equal playing ground to the legislature as far as rules and regs are concerned. So I'm gonna just talk on one of the things that I think is important in there, and that is, and then let Senator Joanne talk about a couple other ones. But one of the things I thought that was very important was the members of the Committee on Rules. So the Committee on Rules members are usually everyone who holds a committee, which is the majority on that side. The minority doesn't hold a committee. But then they add 2 members from the minority onto the committee based on the standing rules. Well, that puts an unfair advantage to the majority when it comes to placing bills on the session floor. What bills are going to be placed on the session floor is determined in the Committee on Rules. And when you have such a control by the other side on what bills go on, it's not fair. It doesn't give an equal playing ground. So what we were offering is to add at least 5 members of the Republican Party, the minority, to be in Committee on Rules. Now, what this does is basically requires a vote of 8. Now, on the session floor, when anything gets passed, it needs a vote of 8. So when you're in the Committee of Rules, and there is a vote of 8 to put a bill onto the session floor, you pretty much got that locked down. There's not going to be any question on the floor on bringing anything else up. So it's a fairness in the Committee on Rules to provide that 8 vote that's needed. And what you need is 5 members of the minority to sit on that committee. So that's the one important one that I had. And we'll get into the anti-Shea with regards to the director later, but I'll let Senator Joanne Brown talk about the Legislative Council and a couple other ones.
Yeah, and certainly that's one of the biggest things I noticed coming back to the legislature after almost 15 years. I mean, it was pretty much the standard for the 6 terms I was in the Guam legislature prior, that each side of the aisle had their own legal counsel. And for many years while I was there, actually, our current speaker, Therese Terlahi, was the Democratic legal counsel. When I came in this time around, I found out we didn't have our own legal counsel on the Republican side, and we have this legislative bureau. But we really don't have a say on who the attorneys are. And certainly while our current attorneys that are there, have been very helpful in providing us review of our bills, they don't draft bills. And having our own counsel gives us the opportunity to work through legal strategy and things that I think would be very beneficial, because of course, the primary thing that we do here is to address legislation. And so having a legal counsel for our Republican senators, to me, is like at the top of the list. And yet I don't see, we keep hearing feedback, we don't have funding for that. And it's like they've already determined, they have 2/3 of the legislative budget. But to remove the ability of our group to have a legal counsel, I think really makes our work more challenging, because we don't have a legal counsel at our disposal to be able to work with. And like I said, work through legal strategy with regards to quality of our bills that we would like to see and introduce before the body. Other things that we looked and included in the resolution have to do with reducing the amount of days. I mean, there's only, 24 months in a term, and they had up until 180 days to be able to hold a public hearing on a bill. We wanted that reduced to 120 days. We wanted to give them just 2 days from the time a bill's introduced into the legislature to be referred to a committee, so we don't have continued delays with regards to that process. I mean, if people are going to, other members of the legislature want to vote for a bill or not vote for a bill, we just think it should have the opportunity to go through the process, have public input, and then, vote it up or down, but at least give the bill the light of day. And then also, a very minor thing was to find out that the Republican senators, we didn't have a representative to the APIL, the Association of Pacific Island Legislators. I actually served for 2 terms as president back in my previous life in the legislature, and I was surprised again. Something is not at the top of the list, important, but not at the top of the list, to find out that there was no representation from the Republican senators. So, I mean, we're primarily looking at wanting to see more parity. I mean, this is not a super majority. It's a majority of 1. Pretty much. And I don't think the things that we are asking for is unreasonable with regards to our involvement. Historically, I've seen in the past, and I've only been in out of my 6 terms in the previous legislatures, there was only 1 term in the 27th when I actually was a member when they had a Democratic majority. And they were very oppressive with how they ran the legislature, even though we, during our time, provided quite an opportunity for Democratic senators to be able to introduce bills and have bills passed on the floor. I mean, Senator Ben Pangilinan used to take pride in announcing that he had the most bills that had been passed during our term, because we always extended that courtesy. To come back all these years later.
Let me just break in there so real quick. So when you talked about oppressive Democrats, how would you characterize this short term that you're in so far, and the relationship with the
different
with the
dynamic? Obviously, you have different members of the legislature, and aside from Senator Tina, I think she has a couple more terms ahead of me. I know she came in. I was in the legislature, I think 2 or 3 terms before Senator Tina came in. It's just a different dynamic. You have different members of the legislature. It's a different energy. It's not as welcoming, shall I say. I think people are cordial, but there is not that breeze of interaction. There's only certain parties that play each other. It's not as collegial, shall I say. I think there's a lot of people with their own agendas, and they're, that's how they operate. I came in when I had some really seasoned senators. I mean, people like Joe T. San Augustine, John Uggan, even back then, Francis Santos, who ran to replace his late father, Senator Francisco Santos. I also came in with Sonny Orsini, my cousin Sonny, who was like the youngest senator at the time. The late Don Parkinson, who just passed away last year. And we had a coalition in the 23rd Guam legislature. And so I pretty much, for the time I've been a Republican senator, been in the majority. But as I'm saying, I recognize, of course, you're going to want to, if you've got the majority, you're going to want to facilitate your agenda. But we did it in a way that also allowed for a degree of inclusiveness. Because I think if you oppress your fellow colleagues too much, they're going to be working on how they're going to outsmart you and outmaneuver you rather than working in unison with you. So while they do this, they might think that it grants them control, but I actually think in time, if they continue this process and not allow for a more collegial environment, it may be to their own detriment.
Can we get to the part about the executive director and what the resolution?
Okay, I'll toss that back to Tello.
I knew you were waiting for that.
Yeah.
And it's very simple. I think something like as important as the director, the executive director of the People's House, the legislature, should be one that's been voted by the body as a whole. Now, we vote in the sergeant of arms, we vote in the clerk, we vote in the legal counsel, we vote those in by a majority. And I just think that something like as important as the executive director should also be voted in by the body. They serve not just one side. Now, currently what happens is the Committee on Rules chair has the sole authority just to hire whoever she wants or he wants. And I think that's very unfair because this individual serves all of us. And in many cases, it doesn't happen that way at all. I was asked I'm trying to reach over to the other side for some kind of compromise, at least on this resolution that we presented. And I was asked the question, well, if you guys held the majority, would you do that?
Yeah.
I would say, absolutely. We're doing this because it should be done. It should be a position that serves everyone in the legislature. So yes, absolutely, I would do that if I was in the majority.
For real.
I'm sorry?
For real, you would really, if you guys were the majority and you had your version of Carlo Branch, whoever that is, in that executive directorship, and here come the pesky Democrats trying to take away that power, you would support that?
Oh, absolutely. Because like I said, the purpose of this was to have it voted by the body, by a whole. It's an anti-Shea position. And I think everyone should have the opportunity to do so. And I'm pretty sure that there's some people on the other side who didn't want Carlo Branch on there. I think there's someone on our side that might have wanted Carlo Branch. You just don't know. But I think it should have the ability to be voted on. And well, this particular section 1301 doesn't necessarily take away, it doesn't take away Carlo Branch's job, at all. The intention wasn't to do that. It doesn't take it away. But it allows.
I think it's important to point out. I mean, it would be voted on. I mean, if you're the majority group, then you assume you have the majority votes to put them before the legislature. But you certainly want to make sure you have someone there that can facilitate for all the members. Certain people now, may view that Carlo has his own agenda, and obviously, he has historically in his time in the administration and in the previous time.
He's an administration guy, is what it is basically. So the way I look at it is, you have the Democrats, then you got the innies, and you got the outies, and the innies are in with the administration, and that's who Carlo.
Yeah, but Carlo also worked for a Republican administration.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm saying now. That was then, but.
Yeah, true. But I really think, the question here is, if we had this rule in place before we voted on an executive director, the question is, do you think Carlo Branch would have made the grade? Would he be chosen?
What do you think? What do you hear?
I don't think so. No. For me, no. I don't think he would be chosen. It'd be somebody else. And that's my point.
And so do you think this is a deal breaker? Because I've heard that the Democrats are now going to try and introduce their amendments or changes to the rules. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, they have a majority, we saw how difficult it was when they were trying to choose their committees as well as their speakership. You saw how long that took. I think there's somebody in there that's really trying to be fair on both sides. And when you have an 8-7, it's going to be very difficult to do. But I'm glad that there is somebody back there who's also wanting that same kind of fairness, equal playing grounds for both sides, so that this term, which, you asked earlier, Chris, about, to Senator Brown, what's it like now in this term? And I just wanted to say, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I have Senator Brown there. I'm so glad I have more Republicans there who are very well versed, to understand the process of the legislature, understand decorum, are all there. It's just, I feel like a great, weight has been lifted off my shoulders, because they come to the rescue when they're seeing things that are not done properly or are being very unfair. And coming across with great ideas. That's most important. But anyways, I got crossed on that, but I'm very happy. Yes, it's a total different dynamics in the 36th compared to the 35th.
Right, because the 35th was the legislature, right?
Well, yes, it was, but I think it was really tough for the minority. Very, very tough to get anything through, or even to speak on the floor without being gavelled down and not being able.
I think that's why the vice speaker didn't want to come on, because her gavel doesn't apply here. Just kidding. I'm a joker.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
So this resolution, it's what is it, in the second reading file, voting file, or like in the trash? Where's it at?
It's in the second reading file. We've got some pushback when we introduced it on the floor, and there was some comments made. Yeah, there were some comments made. What are you guys doing? This is supposed to be in the committee of the rules, but absolutely not, because if you read the legislation, it says it's addressed to the body. It's not addressed to the committee on rules. And they said, but you're changing the standing rules. I said, yeah, the standing rules, which applies to the body and not just to the committee. That's a big difference. So if you look at some other resolutions, they address it to the committee on rules, which it's addressed in that committee. But our resolution addresses it to the body.
And And also, Chris, with regards to the Rules Committee, I mean, they have all 8 Democratic senators that sit, and then they got to select the minority members of 2 to 8. I mean, that's just really unbalanced, and that's why we're proposing we'd like to see 5. If you want to have 8, we should have at least 5, so that we have more input with regards to the bills being placed on the agenda. I mean, understandably, it's a power control game at the end of the day. This is what this is all about. But they have such a slight majority, and there are going to be issues where we're going to have some of their people on our side and vice versa.
Right.
So it's not something to take for granted. I think by giving us an opportunity, it's not an equal opportunity, but it's closer to where what they provided for us so far. It'll provide a more collegial environment, and unless they want to carry it all on themselves and have at it.
Right. That being said, Senator, if the resolution, do you have the votes? Because do you have any Democrat votes?
We'll have to see. I understand that the Democratic possibility of some of the senators' Democratic votes. They just said they're coming down on them. I guess if you vote for this, you're anti-Democrat versus we need to create a more productive field here in the legislature, because there's a lot of challenges facing our people, and they have more to gain than to lose. I think the more they isolate us from being engaged in the process, it's going to be to their detriment, because it's going to give us more the fuel to want to, hey, maybe we just don't settle for crumbs. Maybe we just harness our resources, and maybe we just take over next term. Let's switch the plates around. It's very possible. I mean, I've had experience with being in a majority. Most of my legislative career has been, in the majority. I know what it takes to do that, and we've got, we're not that far from it. It's very possible.
The committee,
it's very possible.
Right. The Committee on Rules, the 2 Republican senators are Mary Camacho Torres and Senator Frank Blas Jr. Are they in support of this resolution?
Well, I know Frank Blas Jr. is. If you look at the names on the resolution, you have Senator Jim Moylan, Tony Atta, Frank Blas, Joanne Brown, Christopher Duenas, and Tello Taidibu. Those are the Republicans that are supporting this resolution.
So the one Republican who isn't is
Senator Mary Torres.
Senator Mary Torres.
Did she know about the resolution, or was it also like a surprise?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, she knew about it. She had the opportunity to raise her hand to allow this to at least be heard on the floor. I mean, at least be heard on the floor. It's not like she's voting for the bill or anything, but her colleagues are, we sought everybody's support in this resolution, and everybody came through. Except Senator Torres.
And actually, during the drafting of it, we actually went through it as a group, and there are provisions here she actually voted in favor. A couple she didn't, but she was involved with regards to the process of us even deciding what were the priority issues we wanted to put in this resolution to amend the standing rules.
It's really interesting, the dynamic with I thought the Democrats' dynamic was interesting, but even with the Republicans, it's pretty interesting how there's how many of there's so few of you guys, but you've got like these different factions. Then you got Mary Torres kind of doing her own thing, right? It's really interesting.
You've watched in the last, how many terms, you've kind of seen that infraction on the Republican side for several terms now.
Yeah.
But I think the whole perspective of the Republicans trying to work together and even work on the other side in a good way, is important. Senator Brown mentioned earlier, it's to their detriment that we all work together, especially during these very critical times, financially, and the just the community itself feeling, very vulnerable at this time. Jobs, 35,000 jobs.
I'd agree.
Missing.
I think that what they did with and it really worked for Senator Moylan. They demonized him and they shut him out, and it only made him bigger. And I see the same thing happening with you guys. Is like if they don't give you a seat at the table, you're right. You can sit here. It plays in your favor because you can sit there and say, "Hey, we have the solutions," but they won't let us in the door. And if the Democrats fall on their faces, then you're right. You guys have a big chance of taking the majority. And I just think if I was in the Democrats, I would be like, okay, you want to see the table? Here you go. And hope you drown. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, and I think that's where experience comes in, because we have a lot of senators that maybe, aside from Tina and I, the most senior maybe are in the 3rd term. I think that's part of it. And for some of the younger ones that have come in, they've come in into majority. You can see on the floor. I mean, when things don't go their way, you can see that look. They're like, whoa, surprised. Oh, really? Okay. but that's what it comes down to. I mean, we're not here, and certainly I'm not here. And I know I can't speak for my other Republican colleagues, but the fact that I have 3 other former senators that have come back after all these years to run. I mean, we have a very clear agenda of why we're here. We were very dissatisfied with the direction the legislature was going and overall leadership on Guam, and that's why we're here. So, we're seasoned. I mean, we're experienced. We don't need the one-on-one introduction to sit around and feel important in the session hall and go, oh, look, I'm a senator. Oh, gee, wow. We got a mission there, and certainly we're going to put this forth. I mean, if they don't vote for it, they don't vote for it. But like I said, if they don't really strategize and think what they have to gain by at least, giving us a little more at the playing field, it's going to be, it'll be to their disadvantage.
Let me ask you about.
I think the senators coming back in that are very well seasoned, it even shows even more by the voting of the other side or those who are not, how they're voting. I mean, it's clear when you see a clique, voting together instead of what is important and what really helps and protects the people of Guam. I mean, that's our job. Our job is to do what's best for the island as a whole. And then when you see the explanation of a certain bill as to why it's not a good bill, how it will hurt our community, but yet you see those individual senators still clicking together just because they're friends, and it has nothing.
Yeah, the horse trading of votes. You vote for my bill, you're my 8th vote, I'll be your 8th vote on your bill.
Crazy.
You see that happening.
That has to stop. But I'm hoping now with this 7-8 that you can really clearly see who the cliques are. Are they really voting for to help the people of Guam? And what's awesome about this is that with Zoom, that more people are paying attention to the legislature. They're actually being educated on what happens at the legislature. It's amazing. I run across people all the time who come up to me and they say, wow, I never realized this is what's going on, the games that are being played. And even when the microphones are turned off, they can read body language.
Yeah.
They can read it, and for any of us senators to think that the average person cannot see what's going on, it scares me so much, because when I go out there and I fight for something, I think it's true to form and what's right. And it fails because I'm in a minority, because I'm by myself, or I'm not part of that clique or the rubber stampers. I'm going to be straight. If I'm not part of that, then I'm not going to get their vote. But what makes me feel good is when I'm walking down the grocery store or going somewhere and someone comes up and says, you're doing a good job, keep the fight up. That's what keeps me motivated, is hearing that from people. So it's just, let's watch. I thank the people for watching what's going on. And if you don't have time in the day, as everyone starts to go back to work, you can see everything on YouTube and watch it. So I'm grateful.
I want to break in, Senator Brown and Senator Tello, if you had a comment on this. So you actually received the tip about this whole gambling thing that was going on with the airport, airport police, firefighters. And so anyway, there was a guy, Jericho Santos, who was fired because of this, and he's appealing his termination with the Civil Service Commission. Long story short, Senator Shelton has oversight of the airport. But have you, being the original recipient of the complaint, are you kind of keeping an eye on what's happening with it? Because I've offered Senator Shelton to come on the show and explain what is going on with that complaint and how it's being vetted. I remember that when it first came out, she said that she was going to have a sit down with the airport executive manager, John Kanata, but that was before the Civil Service Commission documents were released. And I felt like when that came out and you had something where it went from, is it just a couple people at the airport, to, oh my God, it's 249 people. I just thought that we would see something come out from the oversight chair. Have you heard of anything moving on this?
You know, I have not. I mean, of course, in our capacity, and I do appreciate members of the public. I mean, we're not here to settle vendettas against people, because some people will call in with stuff because they just want to put somebody on the spot. And so, you know, certainly when we get the information, it's trying to assess, is there any validity to this? And is it something we need to be concerned in? Is someone just trying to go after somebody and use us as a mechanism for that? But in that particular case, you know, while the caller said, you know, I'm anonymous, I'm calling you, I'm not telling you who I am. But, you know, when that information was provided, it was very specific. You know, we have 6 airport police officers. One's a supervisor. You know, they got a slap on the hand. I thought, you know, that this should have been, you know, considered a more serious offense than what has happened. And, you know, I just want you to make you aware of it. You know, and then when I got the information, I reviewed it. I thought, well, you know, let me forward it to the respective oversight chair. Had this been a different department, I would have referred it to whoever the, you know, member of the legislature had that responsibility, so that they, because they're interacting, I'm assuming, more with that department or agency, and they can determine from there with their authority, is this something that needs to be further reviewed? Is this something they need to engage with the leadership in that department? Or if they determine there's something more of public concern, should a hearing be called so that these issues can be brought to light? Because, you know, the information certainly, once that came out, the Civil Service Commission, and showed, well, it multiplied beyond just the borders of the airport authority, Port Police. Yeah. You know, then you really got to wonder what's going on, especially these are law enforcement officers. We're expecting them, you know, during working hours to be enforcing the law. And if they've got time to, you know, play or gamble and do that on public time, what else are they doing? And then who else is involved? Is it, you know, other members from other department and agencies? And that, you know, is that the message? And is that, I don't think that's a public expectation. I think, especially with everything going on right now, we want to ensure that our law enforcement personnel are doing what they're supposed to be doing and protecting the public interest. To find out this is the kind of stuff that's going on should concern all of us, because it's even more than ourselves, the health and welfare of our families out there. Those are the things we're concerned about. We've got enough challenges with drugs and other crimes that are proliferating in this community that make us all feel unsafe. And so to find out our law enforcement people are not doing their job during working hours, aren't engaging in illegal activities during working hours, you know, like the caller told me, and I guess maybe it's because, you know, the bill I introduced on official misconduct, he said this should be official misconduct for these officers and not just a slap on the hand, which that individual felt that these officers were just getting a slap on the hand.
Senator Taitigui, you're part of Senator Amanda. You're on Senator Amanda's Committee on Air Transportation. Has she provided any information to committee members?
No, not at all. You know, and you know, it's unlike last term in the 35th, quite a bit of oversight should have been held on certain agencies, quite a bit. There should have been an oversight on the Port Authority back in the 35th Guam legislature, never been done. It should have been an oversight on Guam Housing, GURA, but no, it was a round table instead. The difference with oversights and round tables, and oversights, you're sworn in, you know, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You know, it puts a little more pressure on you to provide those documents and make sure everything is in order, cross your T's and dot your I's. And that's one thing that we didn't see in the 35th Guam legislature. Now I'm hoping that these oversight chairs start having these these chairs of these, the oversight of these agencies start having these oversight, because what information is provided to her, she doesn't necessarily give to us. You know, we could have that opportunity to ask those questions, especially if it's not availed to us. So I'm hoping that she does have a oversight chair, an oversight hearing. So, you know, I know that the court is having several, which is good. That's different from the last term, you know, when we didn't have any.
Yeah, so but what good is an oversight hearing when you know, the subject of the oversight hearing just runs all over the committee at times?
Well, okay.
I'm just talking about that last. I mean, it was just like out of control. I don't know. Rory he woke up on the wrong side of the island.
You know, you're absolutely right. And the oversight chair can actually dictate exactly what the agenda could be, and not even discuss certain things that are important. But you guys know me. I ask the questions anyways, regardless, you know, and I will ask the questions. If they're not going to put that on the agenda, then I'll bring it up somehow. And I've always done that anyway. So
What about
The
this?
two-
Go ahead, bud.
The two of you had actually met with the speaker. I remember Senator Brown, you mentioned it during our last interview, discussing the possibility of the creation of a legislative committee on corruption, right?
Yes,
has there been any?
as I did mention to you, we did meet, Senator Tello and I did meet with the speaker. I think we were in our second week of office. And I know she was very busy after getting elected speaker, but she did make the time for us. And we discussed a number of issues with her, and certainly that was one of them. And so we're looking at formulating the process because, I don't know if we're going to be given the resources, that other committees have. They have personnel, they have budgets. But certainly with what we can, we definitely would like to see a committee on corruption. I believe there was one that I heard was put in place in the 14th Guam legislature that had to deal with police corruption at the time and overseeing that issue within our law enforcement operations in the government. And I think the time has come because I believe our people need to have a mechanism to know that they have a concern that it can be raised and that there's going to be attention placed on it. If it's determined that it's a legitimate concern that is affecting, abuse in government, for example, or public officials that are abusing their authority in government, then it allows a mechanism for those issues to come to light. I mean, I get calls now on all kinds of things now. Some of them don't even fall within our jurisdiction. And I have to be able to explain to people I've got limits to what I can do. I'm not the oversight chair. In some cases, I can refer it to them. In some cases, they're simply just trying to get feedback from a government agency on something that they don't feel any response. They feel kind of helpless because they go, gosh, we make appointments, we go, and then, our appointments get canceled. Nobody's talking to us about this. And so, it allow mechanisms for those type of things. But the actual actions where we have public officials that are using and abusing their official authority that has been granted by the people, working against the people, I mean, I have a problem with that. That's not right. I don't care what political whoever's in office, it's wrong. And I think we need to take a much stronger stand. The fact that this has been allowed to proliferate really tells you that, well, there's a laid back attitude about this. And I don't think there's anything that should be laid back with our expectations of our public to want to see more law and order in this community. Because we have come from a time when we were growing up, when we were little kids, we could get on our bicycle and ride all over the place and be free. And even before we got cell phones, our parents knew we misbehaved. They knew before we got home because that was the kind of community we lived in back then. Now, while we have all the, we have a bigger economy, we got all this wonderful technology, you think we got more employment, you think our quality of life would be better. And I have to tell you, in a lot of ways, I feel it's gone down because we don't have that level of confidence in a lot of our public officials because of examples like what has happened at the airport and other places where people that have that authority that have been trusted in them have abused that authority and have been misusing that authority. And those are the questions that certainly the oversight chairs of those respective committees should be calling because, as I mentioned, the legislature is the people's house. It's where the people have a voice. And our people, I'm sure, want to know what the heck is going on. I mean, we got officers gambling. We might have officers or, marshals that are letting stuff go in the court because so-and-so got a violation. And, if there's any truth, hearing in this federal case that, they have the ability to make these things disappear. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. What's going on here? It comes down to you can be a criminal, but if you got the right connects, then you're okay. You get to skate. Some poor person that doesn't, they're out of luck for some minor offense that they may have committed versus some really serious crimes. And I think we need to be concerned. And because the rest of the government, as I've been in this game for 30 plus years, the rest of the government of Guam is isolated and insulated from the people. You can elect us, you know who we are. You like us, you don't like us, you get to go and vote. Yes or no, do I want to keep you? You don't get to do that with the rest of the government of Guam. And you're seeing with the situation of the Port Authority, the Port Authority for years from now is going to be used as a very classic example of what's wrong with the government. When you see these type of actions where employees can commit these type of crimes against the people, and my goodness, not only does the red carpet get rolled out for them, they get rewarded for it. And it sends the wrong message because the rest of the government is pretty much isolated. I mean, if you're complaining you don't get, decent service from a government agency, or these, residents that come and complain to me that they can't get a response from the director, they can't get an appointment, they can't. Why is that? Well, what can you do about it? What can you do about the rest of the government of Guam if they're not responsive to you? There's almost nothing you can do because it's very difficult to terminate someone or hold them responsible for not properly performing. I mean, if they don't have good customer service, if they walk in and give you an attitude and, you should be lucky they're giving you the time of day, what kind of nonsense is that? That's not the standard I hear when I talk to people out there in our community about what they want to see in their government. And what we do nothing about it because the rest of the government of Guam is not transparent. You don't know what the rest of the government of Guam, if they're not performing. I mean, you know, Sabrina, you saw in your interview with the head of the airport, you asked how many very direct questions that I know our people wanted answers to. And I can't discuss that. That's a personnel matter. I mean, that just blankets everything, no matter what terrible, egregious thing they did.
Yeah.
It's a personnel matter. So, and why should those things be shielded? What public interest is protected by these old processes of shielding the rest of the government, the rest of the body, the largest part of the government of Guam that has become unresponsive to the community that they're supposed to serve? That's why I emphasize anyone who works for the government of Guam is a public official and is in service of the people. But this whole issue, oh, they're classified, they're untouchable. You know, what is that? I mean, we all earn a salary. We all go to work. I think we should have a more transparent government collectively from the top to the bottom. And if some players out there aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, I don't think they should be shielded behind, it's a personnel. Who the heck is paying their salary? Why should that be private? Why should it be private?
Can we talk about the nurse licensure bill just really quick?
Sure. Okay, and we have to get ready to go on session at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
In fact, we left off in an amendment that I was going to make, but this bill that's being in front of us is the same bill that was tried to be introduced in the 35th Guam legislature.
Right.
It's now here again, and you know there was a lot of controversy on this. You had UOG, you had Lillian Posadas, you had the GFT, you had all these individuals saying that they support the NLC, which is the Nurses Licensure Compact, where 34 other states are involved. Mostly the Midwest states are involved, are part of this. But what's happening is that this is not going to work because you're not going to get nurses coming to Guam to get half the salary they make in the states where they're at. And what the University of Guam and GFT and Lillian Posadas, these are people who came to testify on both times. This is not coming from me, this is from them, that they believe that if we're going to be a part of this, we're going to be registered with them, then at least let's have the same playing field and the salaries that they offer in the States be provided here in Guam as well before moving into that, because we're going to see a mass exodus of nurses. Now it's easier for them to leave Guam and go to another state, not having to take the board, not having to take anything that except to be able to work in that area. And also on your renewal of your license, you can just do it on Guam, though you're working in Nebraska, where if the license is more expensive in Nebraska than Guam, it's okay. You can keep renewing your license in Guam. And this is very, very scary for our healthcare. I mean, at a time like this, to introduce a bill like this, that we have a possibility of losing nurses for better paying jobs. I mean, it can happen now. You know, we lost 20 nurses last year from GMH, 20 nurses. Now, once we open this gate, you know, and allow this to happen, it's going to be now much more easier for nurses to leave Guam and go work in the mainland for higher paying jobs versus, you know, of course, the nurses from the mainland can come to Guam and work here. It makes it just as easy. But the problem is, who's going to do that when our salaries are half the amount that they get paid in the States? Our conditions, you know, GMH, I mean, it's a safety issue there, big time. And the cost of living, which Sabina Perez had a measure to incorporate this, the cost of living into the salary of while they're calculating, they're doing a salary study, that's what it is. So it's ironic that this bill is going through without the adjustment of the salaries first. And that's exactly what UOG stated. That's exactly what Lillian Posadas at Guam Memorial, that's what GFT has stated. That's what many different individuals have stated. That should happen first in parallel. And now we're in jeopardy because this bill is on the floor. And it may get through, which is so sad because that really puts our, you know, a medical community at risk of leaving.
Yeah, you know what I thought? What I thought was interesting, senators, was you had Senator Chris Duenas, did he recuse himself from this because I think his wife's a nurse, right?
You know, my hat's out to Senator Duenas and Senator Joanne Brown, myself, all agreed that, allow him to recuse himself. I mean, he has some morals, and his morals was that my wife is a nurse.
Right.
And there may be a conflict of interest, and then he recused himself from voting. Well, the author of this bill, her daughter is a nurse. Now, when you have a conflict of interest, there's the immediate family. It talks about your siblings, your parents, your children. Those are within the conflict of interest. And he was good enough and transparent enough to bring that up. And the author of the bill's daughter is a nurse. Now, whether she's going to benefit from this, well, that's on a legal perspective to decide that. But at least to be transparent and open and mention that, yes, my daughter is a nurse. Yes, this will benefit her, the NLC. This will allow her to go somewhere else and work for a higher paying job. But the one part that should have been really mentioned on a conflict was the salary, that salary study. This senator had used $50,000 of the people's money that she said was in her budget, her office budget, and used this money. I don't care if it's our office budget, it's the people of Guam's hard-paying tax money that needs to be accounted for. But when she introduced that bill, she again refused to mention that her daughter is a nurse. Now, this is going to benefit the nurses. And it was mentioned that, her daughter doesn't work for the government of Guam. It doesn't matter. If you look at the structure, what's happening out there in the medical community regarding nurses, the Guam Memorial Hospital does not pay as much as the private hospitals or the clinics because of the benefits. But the majority of nurses, which about 300 nurses, work at Guam Memorial Hospital. A lot of them work there because there are certain things that are put into place, like a certain amount of patients per nurse has to be abided by. The benefits that come with it. They're very good benefits working at Guam Memorial Hospital. So when you go to the private sector, when they have to harvest from nurses, hopefully they don't go to Guam Memorial and they'll go to their clinic or go to their hospital, they have to pay a little bit more than what Guam Memorial Hospital nurses get paid for. So hence, if the nurses' salaries at Guam Memorial Hospital goes up, then you can bet you the private sector is going to have to raise their standard to get those nurses too. So it does come together.
So why don't you guys bring it up on the floor then, if it's an issue, if you feel like there's a conflict?
I brought it up during public hearing.
Okay.
I brought it up during the public hearing, and for the record, if she wasn't going to do it, because someone has come to me and said, well, if you know, Tello, if you know that this person has a family member that can benefit, then why didn't you say something? Well, guess what I told that person? I did say something.
Oh, yeah.
I did.
Okay.
While everyone else turned a blind eye.
Well,
now, whether she's going to do it or not, I don't know. That's for the people to decide on her. Now, it's not me to, but I will mention it. Yeah. Because I'm sure there's people who want me to mention it.
There you go. Thanks. Save some for session, guys. All right. Thank you, Senator Joanne. Senator Tello, always fun.
Okay, it's good to talk to you. You guys take care.
You too. Break a leg.
Always a
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Create a great day, everyone.
Right on.
Make it happen.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
9:35. Let's keep it in the Zoom room and bring on from the Guam National Guard. Do we still have him?
No, we got Copeland.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll take a break and we'll come back with more of the link next. Good morning.
BK's
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. Hungry? Grab your phone, open the app, make the order. Done! Satisfy your cravings in a safe, quick, convenient way. Make the dash to Uno Go now. uno-go.com or download at the App Store today.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
The line free to get the loving that you need, to swim away with my heart, yeah. And girl, the ocean's way too deep to get caught about me, to swim away with my heart, yeah. 'Cause it's the first time to this battle caught up in a fisherman's castle.
All right, welcome back to The Link here, everybody, on a Thursday morning. Jason Salas here, and joining us in the Zoom room right now is a member of our United States Armed Forces, the organization of which we as civilians are immensely proud and immensely supportive and very, very have a lot of gratitude for the work they do. So we have Colonel Jared Hutchinson. We were talking about the Cope North exercise, which if you have been living under a rock or for some reason you put about 60 pillows over your head, like right around supper time last night, you might have noticed that they were breaking the sound barrier. An amazing, amazing display, to say the least. I live up north. And Colonel, welcome to the show, first of all. And I mean, just as someone who has always appreciated the military, it was a really good thing to hear, just hearing all that military might making its way up to Anderson yesterday.
Jason, thanks for the intro, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. You know, this is my second time to Guam. I was lucky enough to be a part of Cope North last year, and the people and the scenery and the food never seems to amaze me here on Guam.
Well, we greatly appreciate that, Colonel. You know, like it's our duty, you know, as even though we're civilians, as proper Guamanians and everything, to always show like island hospitality. So we hope at some point you and your comrades are going to be able to go around and have something really good to eat.
Oh, definitely. You probably can't see from the camera, but I spent a little bit too much time out on the beach on Saturday. Got a little sun. That's awesome.
Well, you do have more pressing matters right now, is doing the training and the exercises in Cope North. But can you maybe break down for us, Colonel, exactly how many personnel and exactly what types of equipment are involved, like in Cope North? Because it's not just a particular air wing or a particular unit. I mean, this is a big exercise.
Sure. Yeah, it's my pleasure. So I'll give you a little background on this exercise. It's a little over 4 decades old, and it started as a partnership between the Air Forces and the United States Air Force and the Japan Air Self-Defense Force. And over the years, it's evolved into an exercise that moved to Andersen on Guam about 21 years ago. And since then, we've been meeting annually to exercise. And then in 2010, we invited the Royal Australian Air Force to participate. And now, for the last 11 years, it's been a trilateral exercise. And it's grown in complexity and size each and every year. Mm-hmm. And basically, the purpose of what we're trying to do with this exercise is to, validate and improve our readiness and our tactics, techniques, and procedures through our interoperability. And we do that through a couple different mission sets. The first one is through humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. And then we focus on the more traditional air-to-air combat roles in the Combat Air Force Large Force Deployment exercises. This specific year, we have a little bit over 2,300 participants from about 25 units and about 90 aircraft that have shown up, and all come together for about 2.5 to 3 weeks at Andersen to train. Those people have come from the continental United States, from Alaska, from Hawaii, from multiple different portions of Japan, and as well as from Australia.
Mm-hmm. Now, Colonel, even though when all of the participants, they literally take to the skies, and I mean, it's not just the pilot and the co-pilot. I mean, it's the grounds crew, it's the crew chief, and everybody who maintains the equipment and the everybody who's involved in all these missions. And even though the U.S. Air Force has their own training regimen and their own way of doing things and everything, when you're training with your partners from other types of military, of course you're beholden to the rules of gravity, of the general rules of flight and everything like that. But how is it to train with different units that may have like different sets of tactics or different ways of going about doing stuff, and what can you learn from them, and what do you teach to them?
Well, training in the trilateral environment is very beneficial for our air forces and for our partners and allies air forces. We like to think that we all know the most in our own service, but that simply isn't true. And when we come together as 3 nations, there's a synergy that really comes about. And each nation brings unique capabilities to this exercise. And for example, the Royal Australian Air Force and the Japan Air Self-Defense Force have both brought airborne warning and control systems that are very advanced to this exercise, as well as air-to-air refueling assets that have helped us out a lot. And the JASDAF even brought, the Japan Air Self-Defense Force even brought a cargo aircraft that we've used extensively in the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief mission sets. Mm-hmm. So we all bring unique capabilities, and when we come together, we're much stronger.
Mm-hmm. Colonel, what is the motivation level right now of all the troops and going through these things? Given the very, very weird situations that we exist in, and I know in the military, of course, you guys take safety and precautions and health preparations to a completely different level and everything like that. But how do you actually get your airmen to remain focused on the mission and to just stay motivated?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Jason. It's not difficult to motivate our airmen. So, I mean, there's the obvious factors about the fact that we're in one of the most beautiful places in the world, and a lot of us are coming from sub-zero temperatures and snowy climates. So that alone is enough to get our airmen excited. But, I mean, our airmen want to do the mission, and this is as close to doing the mission as we ever get. It's the premier training exercise that my wing and my group is going to focus on this year, as well as many of the other groups that are participating. And so when they get the opportunity to go out and showcase in such a large and premier environment what they're trained to do and how good they are at it, that is motivation in itself.
Mm. And I know as a civilian, like I said, like yesterday, I was waiting for a food order that I had coming and everything like that. And you just heard, wave after wave of these fighter jets coming over, and then earlier in the day you heard bombers, and I mean it's such an amazing sight to see that kind of level of equipment and training and readiness and everything of people that have volunteered in the military service to have our backs and let us know that as civilians, we've got people watching over us. So what does it mean to you to be able to do this kind of training and, to stay ready and to stay on the edge and be basically the very best of the best?
Jason, it's very important to me, and it's validating to me. I've done just a little bit over 24 years in the Air Force, and my entire life has been dedicated to, professional life has been dedicated to being ready to do whatever the nation asks. And I know that's what all of my airmen think as well. And so to have the opportunity to come down here and put on a show for the people of Guam and to validate for ourselves that we are in fact ready, it's very rewarding, and I'm very proud of it.
And may I ask, Colonel, like you were saying, like a lot of your colleagues come from, cold weather places right now, certainly, and the troops that are training here have flown sorties or they've done things like in all sorts of different environments. But what unique challenges and opportunities does training in the Guam climate provide for you, whether you're up in the air or even down on the flight line?
Well, anytime that you can deploy and training in a different environment, it presents challenges that you never foresee. Outside of the obvious things about the humidity and the temperature, which it does take not only the people but the equipment time to adjust for, it is immensely beneficial to be able to train on airfields at different locations, like in Palau or at Northwest Field here on Anderson Air Force Base. Anytime you can put a new or unfamiliar environment in the face of our airmen, they immediately adapt and learn. And that is the biggest benefit of coming to Anderson and to Guam, is the different environments that we get to exercise in.
Well, Colonel, we do appreciate, as you said, the commitment that you have made for the full term of your professional career. And thank you for your service and what you do in defending not only our island and our nation. I just wanted to say, like you said, you've got a very international group of troops that are training right now and conducting those exercises. But, we have a really international audience here at KUM. So I just wanted to say, if you'd like to give any shout out or say hello or send your love to any friends or family that you've got all over the world, we'd love to give you this opportunity, sir.
I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the international partners that have dedicated the last year of their life to planning this exercise and for committing to it. This is the largest exercise that's been put on in the COVID environment throughout the world to this point. And it's not lost on me the sacrifices that have been made for people to do this. So thank you to the men and women of the Japan Air Self-Defense Force, as well as the Royal Australian Air Force and the United States Air Force for everything that they've done for this exercise and will continue to do in years to come.
You want to send a special shout out to anybody? May I ask, Colonel, where do you originally hail from?
So I call Minnesota home.
All right.
But right now I live in northern Japan.
Okay. You're a big Vikings fan, sir?
Yeah, that's difficult to be a Vikings fan. But yeah, I'll admit that.
They got a pretty good team. I mean, hopefully they're gonna do some things. Hopefully in the next few seasons. So we wish your home state Vikings the best of luck. So anybody back home you'd like to say hi or hello to?
I'd just like to say hello to my wife and kids in northern Japan, as well as my mother and brothers and sisters in Michigan.
All right, outstanding, Colonel. Once again, thank you for your service, and so good to know that you and your colleagues are training to be ready at all times. And thank you from a grateful island community for having our back. We truly appreciate it, sir.
Thanks for the opportunity, Jason. Have a good day.
All right. Likewise, sir. Well, we wish you the very best and please stay safe. All right, folks. Colonel Jared Hutchinson with the United States Air Force, and he and many other troops taking part in the Cope North exercise. Really, really cool. If you're wondering what all that delightful noise was yesterday, that is people getting ready to take care of us, and they are always always ready to do so. They do a fantastic job of doing it. Please stay tuned because the link continues right after these messages.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. Dinner in a snap. You don't even have to leave the couch. Fast, safe, reliable delivery. Make the dash to Uno Go now. Uno-go.com or download at the App Store today.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
9:57. Thursday, February 18th. The show proudly brought to you by Carrier, IT&E, and Cabo Enterprises. Let's head over to the other side of the table. We're standing by with some breaking news from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Good day, everybody. So we've just confirmed, we've gotten information that there has been an arrest in connection to Monday's shooting in Agate. It is 36-year-old Anthony Ignacio. He was arrested for 2 counts: conspiracy for murder, aggravated assault, criminal facilitation, and guilt established by complicity. As we reported late Monday, agents from the Guam Police Department's Criminal Investigations Section were activated after a man was shot at a home along San Francisco Street, again in Agate. He was rushed to the hospital after suffering gunshot wounds. Arrested again is 36-year-old Anthony Ignacio. The investigation is still underway into this case.
Okay. So what does that mean when they say the investigation's still underway?
That there could possibly be additional arrests. But because, it's 2 counts for conspiracy for murder, it would mean that this guy was shot 2 times.
Right.
At least.
And that this guy who was arrested may have allegedly planned this action with someone else. Is that where the conspiracy comes in?
Right, exactly. Right. And so, the way it works, they're arrested, then they go to court for their magistrate's hearing. And so
Right.
when the magistrate's complaint comes out, there'll be more information that kind of explains, well, what happened, what was his role.
Right. So, Bree, the magistrates, they're compiled, or is it like based on police reports and stuff?
Right, and I believe interviews.
All right. Okay, so good job, GPD.
Now let's go get whoever else is involved.
Right on. 9:59. We are KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. This is The Breeze on the radio side. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you guys so much for jamming with us today. And be sure to check us out tomorrow morning, where we'll tell you more about this FSM vaccination outreach. Also, we are getting the oversight chair of the Port Authority of Guam.
Bless you.
Thank you. Senator Tiliana Nelson coming on the link tomorrow. And also we're going to catch up with a couple people there. The Marianas History Conference starts tomorrow, so we'll talk with some people who are helping put that on and find out, how you can check it out. And I love history. And then also we put in the request to get Dr. Ann Pobutsky on.
My Miss Ann.
I know. So we'll see how that. I asked the director. So
We also
hopefully,
miss Janella.
Yeah, we do miss Janella. Let's go put in a request for Janella. All right. Okay, so it's 10 o'clock. Your go-to jam is on the way, right here on The Breeze. Again, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está adios.
Antulaika hinasomu